Yeah.
Mic check, please.
Hello,
Hello.
hello, hello. Check, check.
Here we go.
Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, June 11th, 2025. Today is a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It is Bike to Work Day, which is why I'm a little disheveled and panting. We are calling this meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. Present in the room are Commissioner Gleason and Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Waring, I believe, is at a CC4CA conference. He is the president of that important coalition, so we are grateful for his service. We'll begin now with a moment of silence. Thank you. I forgot to mention, we also have quite a few staff in the room and members of the public. We will begin with public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Is there anyone here who would like to speak during public comment? I see our friend Nick Farku. Come on up, Nick.
Is friend in quotes or?
No, it isn't. You know that we're friends. Hang on, I gotta get my timer.
We have one actually already online, Commissioner Brown.
We have somebody online.
We got very fancy.
Is that live?
Fancy time.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And I don't have to be the
Right.
bad guy. We'll let someone else be the bad guy. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Dan.
Take it away.
Speaking actually here, it's related to an item on the agenda, the West Wetlands Special Use Permit, we'll just call it the WUSA. But this is really speaking to both the county and airport leadership, and I don't believe that Kenny or any of the airport representatives are here at the moment, so. There have been some issues that have existed for some time between the airport and adjacent neighborhoods like ours, the Meadows at Deep Creek Mesa. And I should say that I'm speaking on behalf of the Meadows at Deep Creek Mesa, as well as myself, and my name is Nick Farko. So those issues though are catalyzed or came to a head because of the WUSUP application that's out there. And we acknowledge that they're not technically related to the WUSUP. But the WUSUP is our only venue to talk about this based on what we've been told about county process. And specifically that the development permit for hangars on the south side of the runway, which is the predecessor to the WUSUP, is being done by administrative review, so there would be no public comment. So speaking as if this item is not on the agenda, it kind of is. And what I'm going to ask, and I really don't want to process, is that any of the comments that we've made, I'd really appreciate if we could put those in record for kind of the separate bucket, if that's necessary. I'm not sure that works. Since they were all submitted as comments to the WUSUP application, now we're really talking about comments in general, so.
Thank you.
The airport and the county have some slip ups from historically, and unfortunately, these have been the expense of the neighbors. And some of you guys, unfortunately, inherited these issues. We're asking basically for you guys to make it right. Getting into the slip ups, I guess before I say that, we are not trying to obstruct, and I wish Kenny was here because I did say this to him personally, but I want to say this to you guys. We're not trying to obstruct the WUSUP application. We're not trying to obstruct hangar development on the south side. Those are part of the master plan. Whether we like them or not, that's irrespective. And we're certainly not trying to upset airport operations. We want the airport to succeed. It's a vital part of the community. But what we are trying to accomplish are some specific things. The South Quarry Road, and with 3 minutes, I can't get into what exactly that is, but there's an existing road that's been used for the quarry for Gallegos for many years. That is, as of 2004 and then again in 2011, supposed to be abandoned. And the tunnel is supposed to be used for quarry operations, and that road was supposed to be relegated as emergency use. those are county resolutions. So we're asking for that. We're asking for this lot R. We call it the junkyard. It's where there's cement pounding going on. Mountain Village has a lease there for vehicles, a whole bunch of uses. It's a non-conforming use. That happened without anybody knowing. We're asking for the county to make it go away.
I think that's the wrap up.
This is like you're at the Tony Awards.
Yeah. You get so far best performance of the day. But Nick, we do have a 3-minute limit. How much longer do you have? Okay, let's give you another minute.
That took a little time.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's give you another minute.
Okay, the third thing that we're asking for is clarification on the development permit process, is that we're understanding that development at the airport is an administrative review. I disagree with that. I've done some research and I really am asking for documentation from the county as to why it's admin review. Prove me wrong. Submitted 100 pages of stuff for you to read. Okay, so concluding, we have the same goals as the airport. We want it to operate as an airport, not as a quarry, not as a landlord for towns that are exporting their problems to the county, not for private developers building hotels. We want the airport to be an airport. We're asking the airport and the county to do what they've been obliged to do for years, which is enforce these terms and conditions that are clearly written in resolutions. If this is not enough, we're asking for a venue to discuss this in detail where the timer's not going. That's all I have to say about that.
Appreciate it. Thank you for being so clear. And we have also received, and I have reviewed your 100-page memo with all the addendums. Thank you for the thorough analysis.
The nature of the reason I grew over the pages because it evolved.
I understand you were providing backup. I just wanted you to know that I
Yeah.
have reviewed it and I believe,
As have I.
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. So we will not have a response to that at this time because that particular item was not on the agenda. Is there someone else who would like to speak for public comment? Hello, Jamie Schuler, my friend. No quotes. Let's go ahead with, let's try for 3 minutes again, if you could.
We're actually going to 4 since Nick was allowed 4.
Okay, we're going to give everybody 4 today. I appreciate that.
Those of you who don't know, Jamie Schuler is born in Montrose, lived here basically my whole life, live at Meadows at Deep Creek. And to kind of get in a little bit further, what Nick's talking about, we have put up with the road and the construction of everything on the airport for many, many years.
Oh, Mike, a little closer to your mouth. Sorry about that. Yeah.
And then from there, we've been promised many times that the road's going to go away. And we do have documentation that says the road was a temporary access point to be used for emergency only after the airport was built and the quarry was going to be abandoned. So I think I'm the second house in, and the dust and everything else from that quarry road is ridiculous. And to get into what Nick said about a storage yard for when they did Meadowlark at the Mountain Village, everybody wanted to see that project happen, and it worked out very well to get the boxes there. But it's a very unsafe road. I mean, I saw one of the boxes get stuck for 7 hours. Took two front end loaders and a tow truck to get him out. And then the guy was so upset, he took out the roundabout at Society Turn after he left because he was in a hurry to get to the job site. So the long and the short of it is the south side of the runway, hangars, FBO, I'm all for it. I think it makes sense, but that's why the tunnel was built. So we need to, and like Nick says, our biggest goal here is at Meadows of Deep Creek is to be able to get in front of you, all the commissioners, and actually talk this over. Because we don't want it to just go into a staff review and go down the path of we don't have a say in it when we are the ones that are impacted more than anybody else in the area. So thanks for your time. Hopefully we can have a meeting down the road.
Thank you, Jamie. Any other members of the public care to speak at this time? Ryan, you're not a member of the public. We pay you.
I just wanted to talk about something that wasn't on the agenda.
Okay, that's fair.
And it's this, it just has to do with the article that was printed in last week's paper about the Tomboy Wall. And so as everybody knows, we've been working it's been a multi-agency project. And when I read that article, it had the connotation that us as a county had kind of moved on to a decision, and we had made a decision. and we hadn't made a decision. And so I was quoted in that article as making statements during a meeting, and I wasn't present at that meeting. So I just wanted to set the record straight that I did not make the comments that were stated in the newspaper, and that us as an agency, we did not move ahead of our contributing agency and make a decision without their feedback or without their comments. So I just wanted to make
Thank
that,
you.
yeah,
Thank
clear
you.
to everybody.
And did you let the paper know about those inaccuracies and perhaps they will issue a correction?
We did, but I just wanted to make sure if they don't
Put it
see
out
the
there.
traction in there, that at least in a public meeting, that moving forward, that this project is transparent.
Thank you very much. Can you just actually say what has happened as opposed to what you didn't say and what didn't happen? Can you just give us a quick update? Would that be appropriate?
I think we do have this on the agenda.
Good.
in The meeting, so.
Okay.
As far as you mean the article?
Well, let's see, where's that on the agenda? Sorry.
As far as-
I have spent some time with the agenda and oh yeah, we're gonna be working on the awarding the bid. Is that correct?
We're pausing because when we met with the Forest Service and reviewed the bids and told them which
Oh,
one
yeah.
we were leaning towards that we shared at the last meeting
Yep.
that Ryan, the paper covered that's Ryan's referring to. The Forest Service had additional questions that
That's
they
right.
wanted to ask, so we issued those on Monday night, thanks to Jared, getting those out. And on Friday morning, those responses are due. We're gonna be meeting again with the Forest Service at 9 AM this Friday, and then we're anticipating being able to bring you enough information to give us the go-ahead to award the contract at our meeting next Wednesday.
Next
on the
Wednesday.
18th.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I was out of town, so I missed the article you're speaking of. Ryan, can you just tell us where, what is happening in terms of cooperation among the agencies, just to clear that up?
So the bid closed on Friday,
Yep,
and then that Monday-
Friday,
Friday, the 23rd, I believe it was.
Okay.
And then the following Monday was a holiday.
okay,
And then Tuesday, we collected all of the bids. We went through the emails, we went through all the different emails, and we went, checked the mail, we checked the box out front. We made sure that we had received all the bids. We compiled those bids and we just put them in a quick bid tab. That information was sent out to the group for further discussion. And,
the group being
group being the Forest Service and then the county staff that are involved in this. the
decision, great, yep,
Yeah, and then, so it was just planned for further discussion. And then a week later, I read in the paper that I was quoted as making a recommendation for a certain contractor, which I had not made no recommendations.
right.
I had only compiled the information and sent it to the group. And so since we're a contributing agency, I didn't want to allude to the fact that we were moving on, by ourselves and not including the other people in the discussion. And some of the other contractors that had submitted bids, that they were under the impression that we had already made a decision.
Okay. Well, as I recall at that meeting, the commissioners did review a grid that indicated which applications were complete, how long the timeline was expected to be, what the cost was going to be. And so we said, oh, this one looks like it might, be the one to pursue, but there was no decision made. It was, it was just kind of a reflection on what we had received.
Right.
Okay. And so then you subsequently met with the Forest Service, and circling back to what Mike said, the Forest Service said they'd like to get some of those blanks filled in. And so we've reopened the bid so that people have an opportunity to
Well, we
complete
didn't
their,
reopen the bid.
I beg your
We
pardon.
followed up with the three most competitive bidders that were the most compliant within the funding that we could.
Great. Asking for
Yeah.
them to
And so we're.
answer some
this
questions.
Friday, we should have a very clear direction on who has the most compliant bid that we'll be able to award the following Wednesday.
Great. Okay. I think, does that clear everything up from in
Yeah.
your mind? Great. And my understanding from talking to staff is that this has been very collaborative with the U.S. Forest Service. I mean, constant ongoing conversations, as well as the jeeping community and many others. So
That's why I was concerned with what I read in the paper.
I understand.
It just, the light that it put me in.
Correct,
also
yeah.
County.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Ryan. And then,
I really appreciate that because I
caught up from the time I was away with some article reading and I read that and I was I actually got clarification from Mike on it, but I was confused. So
Okay.
thank you. Yeah.
Great. And so next week we will be reviewing the completed,
Detail.
yeah, and we can hopefully provide some further direction.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. Okay. Anybody else from the public or staff for non-agendized items? Okay, then we will move on to the consent agenda. Oh, I forgot to actually review the agenda. Sorry. Was there anybody who wanted to make a change or addition or deletion from the agenda other than 7B, which is noted as being moved to our July 2nd meeting already? Anything else, Galina?
No changes that I noticed.
Okay, and I just want to
No.
thank you, call out for the public that this meeting will conclude early to mid-afternoon. We'll take a break and then we will resume Down Valley with a work session with residents of Placerville or whoever else would like to attend from 5 to 7 at the schoolhouse in the Placerville Park. And that will be the same Zoom link as we're using today if anybody wants to zoom into that. Okay, sorry about that. Now, on to the consent agenda, which we have no comments or questions on. That is good. So I will take a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second that. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Moving on now to item 7A, administrative matters, a public hearing for consideration of approving a special events permit for the Thyroid Medical Center Foundation to serve regular malt, vinous and spirituous liquor on July 10th, 2025 from 3 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. on Lot 2R Golden Ledge, Telluride, Colorado. And Carmen Warfield, Chief Deputy Clerk to the board, is here with a comment or discussion about that.
This is special events permit that has been reviewed by our sheriff and our clerk and recommend approval.
Okay. Galina, I don't know if you knew that one of the benefits of being county commissioner is you get the heads up on all the parties because we get to approve these things.
That's very exciting.
Mhm. I definitely want to know what this one is, so I'll be asking and follow up. So, do you have any questions for Carmen or anybody else?
I do not. No, it's all pretty clear on the written findings
Yep.
to me. So yeah, need any other commentary?
I don't believe, it's a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing to see if there are any comments from the public. No one's raising their hand in the room. I don't see anybody online. So let us move ahead with a motion. All right.
Close the.
Oh, sorry,
First.
close the public hearing. Thank you.
All right. I move to approve a special events permit for the Telluride Medical Center Foundation to serve regular malt, vinous, and spirituous liquor on July 10th, 2025 from 3 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. on Lot 2R Golden Ledge, Telluride, Colorado.
I second. How do you vote?
Aye.
As well, the motion carries unanimously. And as I mentioned, 7B has been shifted to July 2nd. We are now moving on to consideration of proclamation 2025-04, proclaiming June 2025 as Pride Month in San Miguel County. I had planned to read that, and then we will see if there's any discussion. So as mentioned, this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, Colorado, proclaiming June 2025 as Pride Month throughout San Miguel County. This will be proclamation 2025-04. Whereas our nation was founded on the principle of equal rights for all people, and whereas San Miguel County values the fundamental rights of all individuals to live with dignity, freedom, and respect. And whereas the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and other gender and sexual identities not explicitly mentioned, otherwise known as LGBTQ+, have historically faced and continue to experience discrimination, persecution, and marginalization, yet actively contribute immeasurably to the vibrant culture, economic, spiritual, and civic life of our county, state, and nation. And whereas Pride Month is celebrated each year in June across the United States to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in New York City, a pivotal event in the LGBTQ+ rights movement, and to recognize the ongoing struggle for equality, justice, and acceptance. And whereas Pride Month provides an opportunity for all people to reflect on the importance of equal rights, to celebrate the contributions of LGBTQ+ individuals, and to affirm that everyone deserves to live in peace and safety without fear of prejudice or discrimination. And whereas San Miguel County is committed to fostering a welcoming environment where every resident, worker, and visitor, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, is valued and included. Now, therefore, the Commissioners of San Miguel County proclaim June 2025 as Pride Month and call this observance to the attention of all residents, workers, and visitors, and encourage them to recognize and support the ongoing work toward equality for LGBTQ+ individuals and to celebrate the diversity that strengthens our community. Any comments or thoughts on that? Commissioner Gleason, anybody else? No, I would just like to say how grateful I am to the town of Telluride for proudly flying the pride flag up and down Colorado Avenue. I drove in yesterday and they look like brand new, beautiful flags. And I just really appreciate that additional recognition of Pride Month.
I appreciate you writing that proclamation.
Thank you. Would you, do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve proclamation 2025-05 proclaiming June 19th through 15th, 2020. Oh, apologies. I'm getting ahead of myself.
We'll get to that one.
Yeah. Oh, bear with me for a minute here.
Want me to make the motion?
I move to approve proclamation 2025-04 proclaiming June 2025 as Pride Month.
I second. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Moving on to the one you just mentioned, Proclamation 2025-05, proclaiming June 6th through 15th, which is this week of 2025, as Men's Health Week throughout San Miguel County. Commissioner Gleason, would you care to read that proclamation?
Love to do so. Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, Colorado, proclaiming June 9th through 15th, 2025 as Men's Health Week throughout San Miguel County. This proclamation designates June 9th through 15th, 2025 as Men's Health Week throughout San Miguel County. Whereas Men's Health Week is part of an ongoing international effort to educate men, boys, and their families about receiving regular disease prevention screenings and living healthier lifestyles. And whereas nationwide, life expectancy for men averages 5 years fewer than that of women, with men experiencing higher rates of health problems such as diabetes, obesity, cancer, heart disease, and premature mortality. And whereas Men's Health Network is recognized for creating, maintaining, and championing the officially distinguished National Men's Health Week as established in 1994, and whereas Men's Health Month is a time for the public to recognize the mental and physical needs of men and boys while encouraging fathers to be role models for their children through preventative health screenings, healthy living, and seeking needed help. And whereas the growing epidemic of suicide and substance abuse requires special effort to raise awareness of unrecognized and undiagnosed depression and mental stress in boys and men. And whereas the centerpiece of Men's Health Month is National Men's Health Week, a special time of awareness passed by Congress and signed into law by President Bill Clinton on May 31st, 1994, and officially facilitated yearly by the efforts of Men's Health Network. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners proclaim June 9th through 15th, 2025 as Men's Health Month throughout San Miguel County.
Thank you. And as mothers of two boys, both of us, I think we can appreciate this proclamation.
Very much so.
I move that we approve Proclamation 2025 proclaiming June 9th through 15th, 2025 as Men's Health Week throughout San Miguel County.
I second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
As well, the motion passes unanimously. Stay healthy out there, all you men, and take care of yourselves and boys. All right, moving on to item 7E, consideration of approving resolution 2025-16 and the intergovernmental agreement with Dolores County School District bond mill levy and recertification of the current mill levy for Dolores County School District. Jared Biggs, Deputy County Manager.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is a bit of a revisit from our meeting on the 21st of last month. You recall at that meeting, we authorized a payment to the Dolores County School District because we had a clerical error and missed certifying their bond levy within their district boundary that falls within San Miguel County. They had a bond payment due the 1st of this month. So at that meeting, you authorized us to forward them a payment. And this is really the follow through on that payment to the IGA is an agreement between that board and our board to repay that forwarding of the payment through the taxes collected that we will do by correcting the tax roll and issuing supplemental bills. And so after this, if it were to be approved, what would happen is the new certified tax roll or the corrected tax roll or certification of levies would be forwarded to our assessor. Our assessor would certify those values against those properties. There's approximately 400 within the district. That is, we're talking about the far west end of the county. And then what will happen is that transfers over to the treasurer's office. She will issue corrected tax notices to those residents. One of the nuances here is that we are suggesting that we don't issue tax bills, supplemental tax bills to any bill that would be less than $10. Because it really won't be very cost effective in both staff time, in the mailing, and all of the other things. That means the county will lose a little bit of money. Based on our estimates, it's going to be less than $1,000 for those tax bills. So that is, and we've kind of put that plan together. And these are kind of the steps that we need to take to correct this. So I believe in the memo, there are two motions that indicate the first is adopting the resolution, correcting the mill levy and authorizing the chair to sign the new certification of levies and revenue as corrected. And then the second is to approve the IGA with the Dolores County School District for this repayment plan that we will receive once we issue those supplemental tax bills.
Okay, thank you for working through that complicated fix to a relatively small problem. But we understand it was a bit tricky working it out. A creative solution. Galena, any questions?
No, I mean, it was all made very clear at that previous meeting, and your memo also was really helpful to revisit. And I appreciate your recommendations. So no further questions for me on this.
Okay.
It's good that we've remedied it
Mhm.
and hopefully can learn from this small clerical mistake that, they happen.
I do have to say, the Dolores County School District has been great to work with. I believe Ramona has been doing a lot of work with them. They were understanding, concerned obviously at first, like, how did this happen?
Sure.
But then when we kind of recognize and walk through, everybody understands, this is a clerical error. Sometimes those happen, and this is really a way to fix it. So they've been really understanding and great to work with, and we really appreciate their partnership as one of our participating school districts.
Absolutely. Appreciate our neighbors to the south there. I see that a member of the public has a question. I guess we can go ahead and do that. Yeah, Mr. Tooley, you have 3 minutes. Or 4 minutes. 4 minutes today. No?
I think because.
That's for that item.
No. Right.
Are you ready?
We're ready.
Well, to start off with, you missed my hand raised on the Men's Health Week. I will respond to that in writing separately and the ramifications of that. Those do indirectly relate to my comments on this item. And I will note a consistent practice of ignoring mistakes on the part of governmental agencies, clerical errors on the whatnot, but on the when it applies to themselves or impacts themselves, but when it applies to a member of the public, they just use that as an excuse to harm individuals, and that's at all levels, including this county. Thank you.
I would just like to respond to that we have by no means ignored the clerical error that took place. We have addressed it and made it right. Thank you. Moving on now to whether we shall make these motions. Do you have them in front of you?
I do, and I don't have any further discussion on it. I feel comfortable making these motions. So I move to adopt resolution 2025-16 to correct the certification of the mill levy for the 2024 tax year for the Dolores County School District's bond levy and authorize the chair's signature on the revised certification of levies and revenue for the budget year of 2025.
I second that motion. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, I also move to approve the IGA with Dolores County School District RE-2J, recognizing payment to the district and collections to offset the advance payment for purposes of the district's bond levy for budget year 2025.
I second that motion. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. And Ramona, I'm so sorry. I noticed you were online, but I didn't see your hand. Did you want to comment? If you did, please go ahead and unmute yourself. Otherwise, we'll assume that you are on board with all of this.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, and thank you for Jared for presenting that, and appreciate everybody's understanding through this process.
Absolutely, Ramona. And we heard that you might have some interviews happening this week, which makes us happy. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Okay. Cooking with gas here. Moving on to item 8A, planning matters. We are running just a few minutes behind, but let's carry on with consideration of the chair's signature on the proposed insubstantial PUD amendments to the Lawson Hill PUD Development Plan Matrix. This is regarding lot HUB1-AF, owned by Gordon Enterprises LLC, and Lot E, Telluride CrossFit Development LLC, as well as Lot O, Unit D, Mountain Sunflowers LLC, and the same Lot E, owned by Telluride CrossFit Development LLC. We have Nicola Kerr, our associate planner, here to take us through this matter.
Hey, commissioners, thanks for being here. We've got Jenny Gordon also with us, who was representing the applicants today. What we're talking about is a simple density transfer from that lot E to the other 2 lots. So we're not creating any density, which is why this is an insubstantial PUD, just shifting it around. So the applicants involved, like Ann just said, is the Gordon Enterprises, the Telluride CrossFit, and the Mountain Sunflowers. They've been represented by Jenny Gordon, and these are all located in the Lawson Hill PUD. All 3 of these lots are zoned industrial, And the type of review here is an administrative approval. So these have been approved by Kay through a letter signed off by the planning director. And now we're coming to you all to get your signature on those matrix pages. So it's two separate and substantial PUD amendments, but both very similar and involving the same applicants. So the first one is transferring 2 units of density that has an associated population of 6 from that lot E, which is the CrossFit lot, up to or down to lot hub 1AF, which is where the Conoco gas station is, and they're hoping to create some live work units. And then the second insubstantial PUD amendment is to transfer 1 unit of density, again, from that lot E owned by CrossFit over to unit D on lot O. And that would be 3 population, 3 persons associated with that 1 unit of density. So just to give you a mental image of where these lots are, you can see lot E, which is owned by Telluride CrossFit, and then lot hub 1AF owned by Gordon Enterprises, as well as that lot O unit D, which is owned by Mountain Sunflowers. And we did receive approval from the Lawson Hill Property Owners Company, recommending that this application be approved. And here are our review standards for substantial amendments, just talking about how this is an administrative review. We're not changing the character of the development. We're not increasing the overall percentage of coverage of structures on the land. Not substantially increasing trip generations. We're not reducing the open space. Not changing any right of ways or off-street parking. No change in the leasable floor area of commercial buildings or the approved residential density of the development, since we're not adding any density, just shifting it around. Here is your sample motion. And if you all have any questions for myself or Ginny, we would be happy to answer them.
I have one question. I'm just assuming that lot HUB-1AF and unit D of lot O accommodate residential
Yes.
zoning. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both zoned I industrial. And they both have, so on the Lawson Hill PUD matrix, every lot has a note associated with what the allowed use is. So for that hub 1AF, it is living accessory to the principal use. And so anybody who did live there would need to be employed within the PUD, but sounds like that's exactly how they are planning on using those units.
Okay. Do you have any more questions, or do you have any questions for Nicola, or should we invite Ginny up to speak if she'd like to? Ginny, would you like to comment or anything to add? Nicola covered it. Okay. For Ginny, any questions for Ginny?
I really don't.
No, I don't either. Yeah, I'm actually pleased to see this because, hopefully that means that the people who are receiving the density are ready to build housing or open up their properties for housing. So this is a positive move of 9 beds, pillows, whatever.
Yeah.
Density of 9 people. Let's go. All right.
Yeah. Thanks for your creativity with the space, and
Yeah.
I think it's wonderful.
And thanks to CrossFit for releasing that density and all that. So good. I think we might be ready for a motion.
Absolutely, I can make that motion. I move to authorize the chair's signature on the proposed insubstantial PUD amendments to the Lawson Hill PUD Development Plan Matrix, page 5 and 6, finding that the proposed insubstantial PUD amendments are in compliance with all applicable land use code standards in section 5-1502, insubstantial amendments as presented.
I second the motion. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you to Ginny and Nicola and everybody else involved. All right. Moving on now to item 8B, public hearing, consideration of a wetlands special use permit for the Telluride Regional Airport's Southside Hangars project. And we have Kay Simonson, our planning director, here to present on the subject.
Actually, it will be John Hubner, Senior Planner, doing the presentation.
Okay, hello, John. Are you trying to share your screen? There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. We have before you today a wetland special use permit. This is the second step of a two-step review process. The Planning Commission reviewed this prior at two meetings with that board and brought it forward to you with their recommendation. The representative on behalf of the airport is Kenny Mainpot, Airport Manager, and Michael Perkins, the SWCA Environmental Consultant. The applicant is the Telluride Regional Airport Authority.
John, I don't see either Michael or Kenny online. Do you know if they had planned to attend?
Unless there was a miscommunication between us, they were planning on attending.
Okay, how would you like to handle that? Do you think we should reach out to them or should we?
For a moment, I'll call Kenny right now.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. I think
Yeah.
the applicant should be represented if possible. And if we, yeah. So this should be.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
would you like to just call a 5-minute recess potentially to resume at 10:15?
Let's do that.
That way we can hopefully get them in the meeting because that'll take a couple minutes.
That sounds good. Let's call a recess until 10:15. That's actually just 3 minutes. 10:18.
Yeah.
10:18. Okay, we'll try to make that. Thank you, Jared. Looking for Linda. Don't see her yet.
And that is a massive leap that is not yet taken, but it seems perhaps that these words are intended to lay the groundwork for that to react. All right,
Ritbeck. Mute them. Is that wouldn't be Linda, right? Did that person just arrive?
Been in.
They've been in, okay.
Commissioner Brown, as a side note, Ryan dropped the report.
Yeah.
there, But, I don't think that's the segment. Did he highlight in yours every place, I asked him to just use a highlighter to show every time we applied dust control or graded Silver Creek Road,
Oh, okay. I'll look further into this.
just so your eyes could visually go. to
That's
that
great. Thank
versus
you.
cleaning up ditches.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like
Spoken to by the
M
chair.
44, so.
why
M
and
M
we'll-
is what letter of the alphabet?
13-ish.
13,
Yeah.
right, so that means it starts 13 miles from
Perfect.
the bottom of the county. Where the road starts,
Okay.
and then it means that
Susie.
it's
Susie.
44 miles.
From the western
Directly
boundary.
from the western boundary of the county. And the M denotes that it is a north-south road,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
we are ready to roll again. Okay, San Miguel County, we're back from our short break while we hunted down a representative from the airport who we have on speaker phone, Linda Susi. Good morning, Linda. Nice to hear your voice. John was just going to take us through his presentation. Do you have the YouTube open still so you can see what he's showing?
Well, your screen's black now, haven't resumed the
It
Zoom
is, it's on about a 1 or 2 minute.
Oh, you know what? You might be slightly delayed on YouTube versus Zoom. I'm assuming you couldn't get into Zoom. Okay. Well, I'm sure you're familiar with what John will take us through. So we'll just proceed. And if it isn't working for you, just holler and we'll figure out something else. Okay, but it will be delayed still. You won't see the correct slide at the correct time, it sounds like. Okay, John, take it away.
Okay, thank you for your patience and I'm glad you're here, Linda. And we do have some other interested members of the public with us. Jamie,
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Apologize for interrupting again, but I wonder, I mean, we can explain pretty easily how she can log on if she has a computer. Because if she were to go to her agenda, it
Yeah.
has the Zoom link at the top.
Yeah.
Of the agenda hyperlink.
Okay.
So if she were just able to click on that, she could be seeing things in real time. I'm just worried about the delay factor.
Sure. Well, I assume she tried that. Have you, Linda, did you try to get on through Zoom?
Did you go in for the agenda?
Calendar for today, it says view the agenda for the Zoom link. So I went to the link to agenda. There is no Zoom link there. The live streaming will occur via the county's YouTube channel. That's where I'm at. And it says to join a Zoom meeting, you have to register before, but there is no Zoom link unless I missed it completely.
You can activate.
I think it actually says link to join the meeting via Zoom, and that's underlined and highlighted in blue. I actually just clicked on it myself and I was taken to the registration page. So I think it does work. The other thing you can do is just open Zoom, put in the meeting ID and the meeting passcode. Would you like to try that, or do you want to just,
So
yeah, okay.
click on the green box that says Board of County Commissioners, and that will open the agenda. And then from there, it has the link.
Oh, I see. So you have to open the agenda, Linda. Do you have the agenda? Do you have the agenda?
Says agendas, do I need to view the most recent
Wait,
agenda?
What is your email, Linda? We'll email you right now.
There we go.
The link.
Yeah, Linda, Telluride Airport, that'd be great. You just,
Okay.
because I'm not seeing the link at all. It's not coming up.
Okay.
when I go to the agenda.
We'll take you through that another time, before, if you have to come back. But in the meantime, Jared is emailing you a link that you should be able to click and then register.
It's TellurideAirport.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I might be able to get in here now.
Or we could just read you the meeting ID and passcode if you can get yourself into Zoom.
I don't think it's gonna be, having the delay is not gonna be that big of an issue.
Okay.
I would suggest we proceed. Linda, I just sent you an email with a link.
So. Wow, I've got so many screens open.
The passcode is 172729.
Okay. I'm gonna join with my computer.
Ah,
audio.
you're in. I see you.
Okay.
So if you'd like to unmute yourself, you can do that. And then you will turn off the phone. Let us know when you're ready for that. Hang up the phone.
All right, I'm on, can you hear me now? Wait.
No, you're still muted. I'm gonna, there you
Okay.
go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. All right, we're gonna.
Okay,
hang
I'm
up the
gonna
phone.
hang up the phone then, so we don't have the echo. Okay.
All
got
right.
it. Can you
You're
hear me?
here.
And can I hear you?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Okay, I think I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh.
That's okay. John, carry on.
Okay, thank you, computer experts. Appreciate your help. And I'm glad you're here, Linda. This is a special use permit, wetland special use permit that has been reviewed by the Planning Commission. And we are now going forward with the second step of the hearing before the Board of County Commissioners. This is a public hearing, and as such, a public hearing list was provided to the clerk of the board. And now that we know the representative today is going to be Linda Susie. She works for Kenny Mainpot, the airport. The applicant, as we stated previously, was the Telluride Regional Airport Authority. And the location of the wetland special use permit would be at the Telluride Regional Airport on the main parcel. And the zone districts involved are public and open space for the entire project. And the project size is approximately 35.1 acres. The proposal before you is for the grading and construction activities and improvements within 100 feet of mapped wetland boundaries for new airfield pavements and hangars south of the existing runway. Just some background information that is related to this approval. TRA is a statutory airport authority. As its improvements are located within the public zone district, its development activity in that public zone shall be based upon the adoption of a master plan. Approved in 2016 master plan and illustrated in the airport layout plan as reviewed by the CPC and adopted by the BOCC. The Telluride's proposed Southside Hangar Complex development project appears consistent with the Telluride Airport Master Plan. In addition to an approval for a wetland special use permit, the applicant will need to obtain a development and grading permit prior to commencing construction. These are administrative approvals. Related to the airport, but not to this project, is an impound lease area relocation, which was approved in 2016. A development permit by the BOCC and is still awaiting staff comments, but this is simply just a relocation of the impound lease lot that has been occurring at the airport since 2016.
Development permit is not approved by the BOCC. It's approved administratively, just to clarify.
In this case, it was actually.
Oh, the 2016 permit
Yes.
was? Yes.
The TMB lease area, known as Lot R, they have also submitted a development permit application. This one is pending additional information from the applicant and is also as an administrative approval.
While we are on this page, I'm not entirely sure why you brought all of that up. Did you mean to address the idea that these are administrative approvals, or because they're unrelated to the wetlands special use permit, is that correct?
But I asked John to include these in his presentation because it has been brought up in a lot of the comments. So we just wanted to make sure that, we put on here all the other pieces that are ongoing and that are related. But from here on out, presentation is going to focus on the wetland special use permit.
Okay, because at some point I would like to have that conversation with the staff about why those are administrative approvals and not two-step.
Yes, and
Yeah.
we'd be glad to talk about that.
I as well would
Just-
like to designate some conversation within this.
I'd be happy to talk with you guys
Allocated.
individually and not in a meeting because of implications for due process. So,
Okay, I don't think we need to talk about it today, but it's possible that we would like to have that conversation in a public meeting. So we'll sort that out and figure out when and where that should take place.
And if I may, commissioners, we know that there's a lot of concern about a number of projects happening on the airport. And to this point, John has prepared this wetlands special use application. And I understand everybody's concerned that where are there opportunities to provide input? And I would say there's always an opportunity to submit a letter. We've received numerous letters. We are working through the application process with the airport on some of the other aspects. And we are happy to further that conversation with the commissioners. We just don't want to color this particular application with things that are unrelated.
That's absolutely fine. But just to clarify, I don't think the only concern is whether there's an opportunity to provide public comment on these other applications. It also is, the proper approach for approving those. So we'll discuss that at another time. Okay, thanks for bringing that up and clarifying what we are addressing today.
Thank you. The this is a slide from the 2024, excuse me, master plan process that shows the area of the south side area of the airport as approved in the 2016 master plan. It's approximately the apron and pavements and location of the hangars are, approximate to the location where they are proposed today by the Telluride Airport. And as such were approved by the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners during those respective public hearings. And although in the cases that regarding the master plan, it's conceptual in nature, it is not a defined public or defined development plan. That is what we are receiving or will receive from the airport regarding this project. Getting back to the wetland special use permit. Wetlands number 1 and wetland number 2 are located within the project area. They're approximately 1,000 feet from each other and share a discrete connection to each other through a series of riprap drops and culverts that run underneath the airport tunnel road and connects to wetland number 2.
And John, can you show on this map too what the other body of water was and where that is? Because it was mentioned, but then I couldn't figure out is it the OHWM01, the blue piece?
That is correct. And the identified body of water, the OHWMON, appears to lack any connection to any downstream waters of the US. And it was an apparent isolated construction pond, which was lined with plastic to hold water. There's no culvert or discrete connections that are visible during the field survey or analysis of aerial imagery to show that this was part of any wetland body or any wetland structure.
So it's a pond that will just be removed.
Yes.
Okay.
This is a slide that was prepared or provided in a supplemental submission by the airport. It shows it depicts the on-site wetlands and the wetland buffer zones. I've added some other interesting information showing the edge of the improvements. Let me see if you can see cursor here. I've highlighted the red arrow. And it also identifies the location of BMPs or best management practices to protect the wetlands during construction. And this is the location of organic filter barrier, which will be present throughout and through the end of the project until revegetation has resumed in the disturbed areas. Wanted to highlight the existing road that is adjacent to wetland number 1, and it is it's approximately within 60 feet of the wetland body. You can also identify what is unique about buffer zones is San Miguel County has a somewhat stricter wetland policy compared to the federal or state level, whereas we identify a 100-foot buffer zone around the wetland, and we are concerned with what happens within the buffer zone and not just the wetland itself. The blue area is the San Miguel County wetland boundary and the statutory or the regulatory wetland boundary.
John, what are the other sort of light gray rectangles in between and to the left of wetlands 1?
Okay.
Yeah, like that.
Yes, those are the site of what's called it's compensatory wetland mitigation site. It's composed of 9 adjacent sites. If I'm looking at you're talking about, right?
Yeah, there's
There.
several of them in between
Like,
to
yeah,
identify
these-
wetlands.
These blocks and this one.
Okay, when the runway was improved in a previous beginning in 2005, there was lengthening and rebuilding of the runway itself. There was approximately 5 to 6 areas on the airport that were affected, wetland areas. And the mitigation for that was to build this compensatory wetland mitigation site. It's you might also call them where water from the airport, other pavements are directed towards this, and it helps filter the water before it makes its return to the San Miguel River. And it was approved by the U.S. Army Corps and eventually was signed off by the Army Corps with a letter that was within our file that the wetland mitigation was complete and they had no further need for observing it, which they had to observe for several years after this was built.
So they're
Go, please,
they're acting as wetlands currently for like stormwater runoff.
Yeah, exactly. And so there, I mean, you might think of them as retention ponds, or what the scientists who looked at the wetlands on the project did not find any active wetland use other than these 2 wetlands within the compensatory mitigation site.
Okay.
They look at 3 specific criteria: hydrology, soils, and plants. Whereas San Miguel County, we mainly look at plants, and we also have wetland buffer zones around the wetlands that we look at. And unfortunately, not all wetlands have, there's really probably has not been enough water to hydrate this area and to further increase the wetland boundaries within it. But we are concerned as a county that this mitigation site be protected throughout any construction and through the ongoing either use of any improvements that are proposed and are actually built by the airport. And these were, as I stated, these were a special condition under the Army Corps permit dated from 2005, and the on-site wet mitigation was required for 5.94 acres of wetlands in order to perform airfield improvements, which we've discussed. And it was determined to be successful with no further monitoring required by the Army Corps.
So as I understand, tell me if I have that right. These are sort of man-made or human-made wetlands that actually didn't take because we haven't had enough water to saturate them.
That is the implication of only finding 2 jurisdictional wetlands within that area.
Okay, but you mentioned that we still care about these.
Absolutely.
And so they're not addressed in the memo, but I see that barrier extends across most of that land. Is that what that's all about?
Yes, and so that is just a BMP, a best management practice, which will be removed once the project is considered to be completed and revegetated. But they're having an additional, the next slide, I will show you another wetland protection that they are proposing.
Okay, any more questions on this slide, Marina? Just can you go back one?
Well, I'm okay with us to keep, I think I'm following here, but keep giving your presentation. I think I'll have some questions related down the road. Yeah.
Sounds great. This slide depicts the on-site wetland areas and with their boundaries and with the buffer zone. It also includes the project design that is proposed for this area. This is a large scale drawing that is normally meant to be seen on a much bigger scale. What I would like to point out in this drawing is the closest improvement being proposed to wetland number 2. It's a rock outlet protection, and it's to slow down runoff in the future runoff during construction and during the when the improvements are put into place, and it's meant to protect the wetland number 2. And it's, you can see it with the large red arrow.
The large red arrow. That's wetland number 1, isn't it?
I believe this. It's actually wetland number 2.
Oh, okay, I'm confused.
Here, I'll point to you.
I'm sorry, you're correct. You're absolutely correct, Dan.
So
I am
this
confused.
rock barrier thing will be built right here to prevent storm runoff from going directly into that wetland. So there's
Okay.
gonna be like a barrier.
Okay,
And you are correct. I'm incorrect.
Thank
on
you.
On the numbering.
that's 1. Okay,
Thank
got it. Yep. Okay,
The next slide is a blow up of this particular slide. It also is mainly focused on wetland number 2. It shows the wetland boundary and the wetland buffer zone. And what I'd like to highlight, you can see a green line right next to the area of grading, which is necessary to put in taxi lane B.
mm-hmm,
It's known as a gabion basket. It's a 3x3 contraption, which I'm sure you've seen. It's a metal basket with rocks put inside of it, and it's going to be not posted, but constructed on the downslope. There's for those who have seen the airport, and there's a really steep on these stormwater detention ponds. There's a large downward slope, and this is going to be placed at the on that to help protect for runoff for the
Okay.
future of the project. And this improvement is going to stay. And what I'd also like to show is if we can get in a little bit, oops, sorry. I thought I could get in closer here, but in addition to the 21.62 feet to the gabion basket, to the edge of the gabion basket, there is an additional grading of 31.5 feet, and with a 10-foot additional slope connected to the pavement. So the actual distance from any proposed improvement is 63.12 feet, which it does make the wetland boundary smaller, or instead of 100 foot where you have 63.12 feet, but it is better than having a no buffer zone at all to the wetland boundary.
Before you go on, can you go back 3 slides, please?
Yep.
Okay, there. So the dotted black line says limits of disturbance, right? And that is for this project, this grading and all that, right?
Correct. I'm having a little hard time understanding that being the limit of disturbance.
Me too,
And-
because when the next slide shows the hangars
Right.
well to the west of that.
There is other slides that are not part of this presentation, but shows a larger limit of disturbance.
Okay,
And it's potentially, the total project area is approximately 35.1 acres.
right.
And they are actually doing some work. So I'm disregarding that.
That
then-
part of this slide.
Right.
Okay, so maybe the next one will show it better. So the red outline says,
That's
disturbance limits. Okay, that's the correct one. Okay, but there are, yeah,
This map with that red dotted line gets quite close to. It goes within the wetlands boundary.
If we could get it bigger, they are showing they were gonna protect up until that edge of the wetland. But the actual use or the actual work being done grading in that, let me go to the next slide. There's that 31.5 feet and that 10 foot is the actual line of the grading. It just gets so close that this type of map is supposed to be looked at a much bigger scale, and so you lose some of the definition when we're looking at it that closely. But the gabion baskets will be on the north side of any grading. And so there will not be any grading up into the wetland boundary. The closest that they're gonna be to that site is that 21.62 feet, which is the measurement to the gabion basket and the edge of the wetland boundary.
Can you go back one slide? Because this is just addressing that wetland and I mean, I guess I'm just.
So yeah, because you know what, Galena, there are like two sets of red dotted lines.
Yeah.
There's the current project, I guess, and then there are other, like there's some double dashed redded lines, right? So maybe could you just use your cursor to show us the actual limit of this project?
Certainly.
Okay. Cause
I'm
like,
gonna just stand up and.
Okay.
So you're talking about this line in regard to the gabion baskets.
Right.
Is 21.6 feet.
Yes.
That's what you're saying, and visually, this looks even a little further, though it's really hard to tell with the scale of this map.
That is approximately, they're showing the limits much closer, but the actual limit is gonna be on the side of the, that existing road, which is approximately, 64 feet.
Here, okay.
Right, is 64 feet from wetland number 2.
wetland number one.
Number 1, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Wetland 1 is
to the left, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying it's gonna be 64 feet from the
Edge of that
actual
existing road.
edge of the existing wetland.
So this
Correct.
red dotted line should actually be like up against that existing road, is that correct?
Well, they're showing where they're gonna be putting in BMPs, they're gonna be putting some of that organic filter barrier on some outlets. That brownish color
Yep.
and those two,
Okay.
and that's a mitigation. Implementation rather than any actual construction.
Okay, yeah. I
So
think
they
we're
have to
gonna throw
identify
out-
the whole area. Where there may or may not be. Any disturbance, but this. The red line, you know, that they do show a 35.1 acre project area. With disturbed limits. So I mean, it is a big project and there is a lot of. Dirt work that is gonna be done in this project.
Yeah, absolutely.
It-
That's why I'm trying to really hone in on this because it does matter and,
Yes.
you know, these boundaries. In my mind, do matter because it's like, where is that disturbance gonna end and how is that truly gonna impact this wetlands?
And one. I mean, they also have to submit, you know, a federal. Any federal type permits that are necessary for this. And we just have stricter guidelines than the federal.
The federal permit will just protect the wetlands boundary itself, not the buffer.
And there's absolutely no impact to the wetland areas. Proposed or expected with this project, with the impact mitigation that they're proposing. And through the design of this project.
John, why, so what, there's this boundary around here, which is the area that I would assume would be impacted as
Yes.
the south side development. Are there other boundaries shown, you know, west and north and east of this project?
I think it has to do with their taxiways that they're. And the tunnel road that they may be proposing improvements to. But they're very,
Okay,
very discrete and narrow. Potential portions of the project.
Could those
Okay.
also be stormwater, collection?
It could be, I'm not,
Yeah.
I
Those-
can't make a
That's
representation.
that's what those look like to me, is stormwater collection from other parts, bringing it across the runway and down to this area. But,
And maybe like adjust, are you referencing like adjustment to grade for stormwater? like
It-
runoff?
Yeah,
It-
without the wetlands, their wetlands consultant online, I really, can't go any farther than, just saying. To me, it looks like stormwater collection, and whether it's existing or proposed. But it's outside the wetlands buffer area on these particular things, so.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. I just, looking at these previously established, but now dry, not active wetlands. I mean, I think about where water is being relocated on the site, and that's gonna affect potential wetland, utilization and
we will discuss that further
rehabilitation.
in the
Yeah.
presentation.
Okay, great. Do you have any more questions right now?
No, it just would be nice to actually have a map that shows where the disturbed area for this particular phase of the project is.
I have other.
Okay, we'll get to
pictures
that.
That are simpler. I did include it in this presentation because I didn't realize this would be a,
Point of discussion.
you're right.
Right. Okay. Okay.
But we can show that to you outside of the presentation.
Okay. Yeah,
Sounds good.
that sounds good. Yeah.
So as we discussed, there are two wetlands located within the compensatory mitigation site or stormwater detention basins totaling 1.51 acres and 1.37 acre non-wetland water body identified in the project area. Applicant states that no impacts are anticipated within the mapped wetland boundaries or within the compensatory wetland mitigation site. Project grading, construction activities, and proposed tax lane B do intersect with the 100-foot buffer zone around wetland number 2. Adverse environmental effects would be minimized through the use of best management practices or BMPs during construction, which include the use of construction fencing to minimize intrusion into wetland buffer zones and the use of organic filter barrier and graded inlet protection. Organic filter barrier will run the length of the compensatory wetland mitigation site and will nearly surround the entire disturbance limits of the site of the project. In the buffer zone area between taxi lane B, the airport apron, and the east wetland number 2, riprap underlain by filter fabric and fronted by gabion baskets on the downslope side will be constructed for long-term slope stability and to reduce sediment runoff. The riprap gabion basket erosion protection extends along the majority of taxi lane B, provides a barrier between the taxi lane and wetland number 2. The east wetland 2 boundary buffer zone is 21.62 acres and includes the wetland protection, erosion protection. I think that's too many times. Wetland erosion protection. Taxi lane B is further separated from the wetland by an approximately 41.5-foot graded section adjacent to the wetland protection area. Wetland number 1 to the west is located approximately 65 feet from the existing vehicle service road and 100 feet from the proposed west hangar complex improvements. The following agencies were referred this wetland special use permit, and from the county and also HOAs nearby, and we received referral comments from the county manager who expresses concerns regarding potential debris flow and rockfall hazard from the Telluride Airport south side during construction and for long-term operations. Nick Farquhar, who is the president of the MDCM Homeowners Company, provided extensive comments requesting that a 2-step review process be required for the proposed Southside Telluride Airport expansion, and that any approvals be conditioned upon limiting airport access from the Southside Service Road.
And would you like to just address those comments while we're there? What was your response to Mike Bordonia when he asked about debris fall?
Technically, this actual application before us is for the wetland special use permit and not regarding the entire development plan for the project. And I would agree with Mike that they need to be cognizant and of any type of erosion to that south side that could result in a debris flow that would impact the state highway. And from a safety standpoint and from a potential loss of life standpoint.
So that's something we would address during the development permitting process. Okay, and then Mr. Farku's request, can you just go back to that slide,
Yes.
please? Again, I think that was unrelated to the wetland special use permit, correct?
And technically, it is unrelated, but we heard his comments
Earlier,
and-
yeah.
And certainly would consider those in developing any potential conditions to a review of the project. Would also think it would be worthwhile and beneficial to schedule a time to speak with them directly, regarding those projects. This probably isn't the best avenue for that, but certainly respectful of his comments and wanting to hear what they have to say, and they brought up significant issues and we'd like to address them.
Thank you, John. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we had responded to these. Okay, the comments. Okay, thank you. On to 12.
Since this is a public hearing, notice was published in the Telluride Daily Planet and Norwood Post on May 23rd, 2025, and the applicant mailed and posted notice on the property and to the neighboring entities on May 14th. We received comments from Morgan Smith, county resident, who wrote in opposition to the proposed airport expansion plans, especially to the substantial increase in hangars and aircraft parking on the south side. It doesn't really feel like this expansion is gonna, really work for the residents of the area, and is mainly helping out of town.
Yeah, I read his letter. Yep.
Scott and Pam Bennett, owners of Deep Creek Number 10 LLC, county residents, inquired if wetland permit applications had been required for several airport developments, and stated that all wetland areas and buffer zones should be protected. Staff certainly agrees with that. And comments focused on long-term use of the quarry road and on parking, storage, and laydown uses on the flattened area south of the airport, known as Lot R. And Charles Price wrote that he opposes ancillary airport uses and basically characterized the parking area on Lot R as a junkyard or amalgamated different vehicles and things like that, and have expressed his displeasure with those.
And again, that's a separate issue from the wetlands permit. Just regarding the Bennett's letter, I noticed another comment in there that I wonder if you could just help me understand that the property in this application, the wetlands application, falls within the open space zone district as well as the public zone district. And there was no map that actually proves or shows that, but can you address that? Because I think it was mentioned in your application as well.
Yes.
Or your
I would
presentation.
actually stated that all of the wetland activity occurs on the main airport parcel, which is zoned public. It does not occur on any of the ancillary open space zone properties.
Okay. Okay, so the wetlands part is all in public.
Correct.
Okay, it's perhaps some of the rest of the project is on open space, which again, we'll address when that development application comes
Right.
before.
This is, the airport is proposing it in a phased approach. And what they're looking at now is just doing the grading, the work portion of it. They will have to deal with the underlying zoning on any portions of the project, outside of that public zoning.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on that slide?
No.
No, thank you for bringing up those, Bennett's question though, because that was one of mine.
Okay.
The land use code standards found in section 5-22 wetland areas. Is for the protection of wetland boundary areas and for looking at the wetland buffer zones. The project avoids mapped wetlands and compensatory wetland mitigation site, but intersects portions of the 100-foot buffer zone in both wetlands. Any environmental effects would be minimized due to the installation of construction fencing to avoid wetland areas and buffer zones. The installation of erosion control logs will help reduce soil erosion and retain sediment by being used along contours at the base of slopes and graded inlets. The riprap gabion basket erosion protection provides a barrier between the taxi lane B and wetland number 2 and the stormwater detention ponds. The project as proposed is not likely to negatively affect the function and condition of the wetlands, as the wetlands within the project area are already dependent on stormwater runoff for hydrology, and the project will likely lead to additional water diversion into the wetlands as a result of the additional payments and associated runoff. And they made the scientists have made the statement that this will actually could actually fuel additional growth of those wetland areas within the stormwater detention ponds. The contractor will be required to develop and submit, in addition to the wetland special use permit, a stormwater pollution prevention plan in accordance with FAA and state standards. And the planning commission met at 2 meetings to discuss this this application. At their initial meeting, they did not feel they had enough meeting or enough information to, or detailed information to make their decision. And the applicant provided updated supplemental information and to allow the and the wetland special, there's a wetland scientist was also available at the meeting to respond to conditions of concern. At the May 8th meeting, the CPC unanimously recommended approval of the wetland special use permit. Commissioners' discussion focused on wetland buffer zones and the adjacent pavement, improving the quality of the wetlands by increasing hydrologic flow. And we have a sample motion for you that's also available in your packets, and could discuss it, or if you prefer to have any questions at this point.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the planning commission's discussion with the wetlands expert as far as runoff potentially charging those wetlands? Because basically the existing identified either active or inactive wetlands were built basically for compensatory mitigation, which basically means when there was development on the airport, there were very active and I would assume pretty, healthy wetlands that were paved over.
Correct.
Right. And I think the responsibility of this development to be mindful about where water is running off and how it could potentially charge these compensatory wetlands. And because there are only 2 that are active, to me, that doesn't mean that the other 6 that are identified there shouldn't be kind of built into the plan, because they are adjacent to the other 2. They're, kind of indirectly or directly protected, quote unquote, right?
Right.
Because of that space around them.
And they are proposing to protect that area with that to protect stormwater runoff with a proposed installation that will be a permanent installation at the project. And that's more than just protecting the identified wetland areas, but protecting the entire mitigation site.
I think back on page 7, it shows the whole.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
That green line goes along all of those compensatory, at least the ones that are
The-
lined up on the north side.
Yeah, the ones between the two identified active wetlands.
Mhm.
But as far as those like the Gibeon baskets and some of the inflow kind of like protection it's a little unclear to me if that's running the entire length there or just into wetland 2.
It's my understanding that it's running the entire length.
Okay.
There was one map that somewhat indicated it was just mainly around the wetland number 2, but other maps showing that it runs the entire length of the project.
I think that's an important question. I'm sorry, that's called is it not riprap filter, it's called the Gibeon basket. Gabion basket. I think maybe Lori can clarify for us where that's going to be.
Yeah, so if you look at this, this drawing here in the upper left, look at the green line and that it extends around from the east side and then on the south past the wetland and it continues on along the compensatory mitigation cells. This is showing that the Gabion basket area, the riprap area, all of that is extending the whole length. Protecting areas that although they aren't wetlands right now, could become wetlands in the future.
Okay, so that green indicates, is a riprap with filter fabric. Is that the same thing as the Gabion basket?
It's a part of the whole.
It's a part of the whole thing. Okay, so maybe when Lori comes on, we can just have her clarify verbally that BMP will extend the length of the whole compensatory wetlands area.
I don't know if within her, if she would be able to confirm that.
Okay.
That isn't part of the design team, but
We could maybe make that a condition of approval then.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, that was my line of thinking.
good thinking. Yep.
And then was there any discussion within the planning commission about where storm runoff is directed, like these other red lines that we're kind of inquiring about that we don't know exactly what,
it's going to be
potential
tucked
future.
into those
And
detention basins.
I would assume so, but I never want to make assumptions like that, right? To make sure that the future development is taking that into consideration, that all water is properly directed and filtered correctly into those wetlands designated zones.
As part of part of the administrative review of the project, they would have to show that they are meeting all requirements of the wetland special use permit.
Right.
And also they'll be required to provide their FAA and state stormwater permits to us.
Okay.
Thank you. I know how thorough the planning commission is and the fact that they had 2 meetings.
The map that had been provided in their into their backup, by the planning department did not adequately show that the wetland number 2, the distances and the wetland stormwater protection, so they were unable to make a reasoned review and recommendation to the board, so that they required a second meeting to allow the applicant to provide that supplemental information and for planning staff to present it in a way that provided clarity for them.
Okay. I just want to review one thing. I think I had a question about the project avoids map. Okay. Okay, I think that's fine. It does say in here in the planning commission recommendation that there will be like a final inspection of, let me just see if I can find that. Of the site before.
That's a standard condition that we include in wetlands.
Okay.
Special use permits.
Is there will there be any inspections along the way or any reporting or anything to make sure that this is all happening during construction and all that?
Representation, they will have a environmental team
Okay,
that, the representation is that they will be on site and, reviewing that.
okay,
And we ask for documentation when they get, at certain stages, especially when their BMPs are installed. We ask for photo documentation of everything that they've got.
where is that request made? Is that something we should put in the,
It's a standard condition.
Should be in our condition.
is there, okay, request. I wanna find where I have all those conditions. Okay, here we go. So this is the sample motion, complying with all written representations. These include best management, initial. Provide photos of BMPs upon installation to the planning department. That's that part. Inspection. Okay, so I see the motion in the document, and which is probably the same as what you're showing on the screen, right? The sample motion. Should we add to that, Galena, which the idea that we'll have to get the exact language, whether it's the Gabion basket or the rip wrap filter will be confirm that it will be installed the length of taxiway B, or how do we want to phrase that?
Yeah, Mike, I mean, sorry, John, do you have any recommendations?
You can.
Or K for verbiage
Yeah.
there to just. make
You can
certain-
add an additional condition that says ensure the riprap and Gabion baskets extend the full length of the compensatory wetland areas.
That would be
like it.
great, because that's gonna also include the one furthest to the west, on the outskirt, which isn't a disturbed area, so perhaps that one doesn't need to be
It does-
particularly addressed.
It's already has that road.
Right,
Existing.
there's a buffer there.
road.
Okay, so
So okay, we could say of the compensatory wetlands that located or something between wetland 1 and 2,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. The is it just the rip wrap and Gabion baskets that covers the thing where, okay. Okay. And that is okay, we can just call them wetlands 1 and wetlands 2, right? Okay. You said that you might have a map to show us where the actual disturbance is for this particular project?
Certainly.
Just to confirm that, I feel like it's something we ought to have a good handle on.
Take me a second.
Sure.
Is that in the packet, John?
It's within the packet.
While John's looking for that, Kay, the additional condition that we are considering, can that just be item 6, or do we need to reorder these in any way?
We usually put it above the 5th one. The
All written
5th ones are,
represent-
they're all written, so,
Okay,
yeah, I'd make
that'll
number
become
5.
It would be
Five.
number 5.
okay. Okay.
I hope this is the slide that I was thinking of.
Okay, great.
Just try to get it bigger.
Perfect. Okay. So this is actually fairly similar in the sense that it has, like, I thought this was the area they were working on, the south part,
Yes.
just that. So the other areas we're still not quite sure why those are marked with red lines.
Perhaps Linda can give us some clarity on that.
Yeah. And as I said, just looking at it, my experience and knowing that, these, the compensatory mitigation area was intended to serve to collect stormwater from the entire airport site. Those look like stormwater collection and transmittal. They're outside of the wetlands area. So if there's any construction activity, that would be part of the follow-up development permit, where we look at all of the construction details.
So making sure those are still functioning, is that what you're?
Yeah, making sure they're installed, they're functioning,
Yeah.
they're updated as if needed for projected storm runoff. Because there is that activity on the north side as well.
Right, and for instance, the one on the east side, like that's gonna be running straight into the new, potentially
Okay,
constructed zone, so.
so basically what we're saying is for the purposes of this application, we're only considering this disturbance area.
Correct.
Wondering why it has to go so far west.
Hello?
Yeah.
I don't know how to, don't have a raise a hand option, but I would be able to answer the question.
Oh, great.
The three, what you're seeing is double lined, red lines are actually our existing stormwater management drainage areas. The one coming from the east comes from the East Hill there and then underneath the runway and filters down through the riprap in the safety area into that eastmost wetlands area. Then the one in the center there comes from just the right on the west side of the existing ramp and again across underneath the runway. And then that furthest west one is where it comes across and again just filters through the wetlands or the riprap into the ground. There's no active wetlands down that far west. And the edge of the disturbance area this project is just going to be to the east, where John had the first slide where you see that additional taxiway and ramp being built, which doesn't really extend too much further. It doesn't even go as far west as the county wetland boundary on the east wetlands. The rest of that is going to be additional just grade out for future hangar development, but there's not actually going to be any construction there now. It's just going to be grading.
Okay, so the southern shape that runs from west to east is the disturbance area for the grading project.
Yes, just for grading, yes.
Okay. All right, that helps. Anything else, Galina? Okay. So at this time, I will open the public hearing for comments on this application. Is there anybody in the room who has a comment regarding the wetland special use permit? Yes, Nick, please come up, and we are having the 4-minute comment period today. Okay.
Nick
Please,
Franco,
yeah, thanks.
representing the Meadows at Deep Creek Mesa, as well as myself personally. Wasn't actually planning on speaking, because I thought that covered it in the non-agenda items, but found it interesting that a staff report on basically the first slide brought the issues that we're raising into the application, which kind of opens the door to have a comment. South Quarry Road, I think, is black and white, is supposed to be emergency use only, tunnel, not the South Quarry Road. As we shift to this Lot R, which is maybe the one that really puts a burr in the saddle, is if the South Quarry Road goes away, as far as anything but emergency use, so does Lot R. I mean, there's no, it's not feasible, not appropriate to use that road to access Lot R. So all of a sudden, it's kind of an enigma that I don't quite understand. So the idea of a development permit recently been submitted as a reaction to our comments about the Lot R I'm just perplexed at what is motivating there seems to be will and heel digging in for that lot R, something important. The airport has acknowledged face to face, it's not about the money. They're saying it's for community benefit, not necessarily buying that. What is the motive? Why is lot R so important? Really need to understand that. When the airport themselves say that they do not want these ancillary functions, that is not good for airport operations. So lastly, I'm really pleased to hear that there might be a forum to discuss this. My question, of course, is when and what is the forum? What is the venue? Is it a public hearing? Is it where the airport BOCC member, staff, and us sit down and just hash it out like normal people in a room where you can actually talk back and forth and there's no timer? I'd really like to know when and what that is.
Thank you, Nick. I don't think we can respond with that. Commissioners have to get with staff to figure out what makes the most sense, and we will certainly get back to you on that. Jamie Schuler.
Thank you, guys. Jamie Schuler. I just wanted to reiterate what Nick said. We're just happy to hear what happened when John made some comments about there's an opportunity for us to all be together and discuss this. That's our ultimate goal. We're not against the wetlands. I think everything you guys are doing is fantastic there. It looks to me the way the construction is gonna happen. They're gonna mitigate what they need to do and we're all happy about that. But we are concerned about the road and lot R, and we'd love the opportunity to sit down and talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. And I see that Shelley Duplan has her hand raised. Shelley, we are providing 4 minutes for comments today. You are at someone gonna ask her to unmute? Thanks.
Hi, thank you. I couldn't quite unmute there. Thanks for helping me with that. I do have a question and some sensitivity when we talk about wetlands and groundwater and how sensitive we are to ground movement and some of the most recent experience I've had recently nearby in Altos Oro Ranch with slope instability and also landslides. You know, this area is also has a historic area that had a landslide. I wasn't around during that time, but you know, one of the issues and questions I had is, has there been any sort of groundwater, geotechnical studies, soils analysis, slope stability, just because you look at this location right above Ilium Valley, and if you are manipulating wetlands, what is there any backup information, that any studies that have been performed to make sure that any movements of these wetlands are going to have an effect on that downhill slope? And so I just very sensitive to that. And I was wondering if that study is available, and if so, where that would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning Department, can you respond to that?
Yeah, this is not moving any wetlands. The wetlands are where they are. What this does is it affects some grading and construction activities within the wetlands buffer. So there's no actual disturbance of wetlands.
I think she was speaking more broadly, and please, Shelley, correct me if I'm wrong, about just soil disturbance and moving land around and what the understanding is of the stability of the area.
Yeah, as part of the development permit for the actual hangar and road construction, they'll need to provide geotechnical information to us.
Okay, that's part of the hangar development. And actually, now that I am clear on myself, oh, sorry, Shelley, did that answer your question? Oops, I think I'll ask her to unmute. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. Yeah, as long as there's some sort of soil analysis being conducted for any sort of you know, change in grading, it's just so important to understand, slope stability and of that area. So yeah, that helped. Thanks.
And that concern was also brought up by Mike Bordonia. So that will be addressed thoroughly in the development review.
Yeah, you know what, but it does bring back to me, now that I understand the disturbance area for the grading, it appears that it does bump right up against the edge of the mesa, right before the incline begins. And so I think Mike's point actually is important even for this grading. But okay, is there also a grading permit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah. This is just the wetland.
So that will be coming later.
Yeah, the wetland special
grading and
use.
excavation permit's gonna come
Yeah.
later.
Yeah, the wetland special use permit authorizes them to submit their development permit to do the actual work.
Thank you. That's for just triple clarifying, permit. Perfect. Okay. Anybody else? No one else in the room? I'm looking for additional hands online for public comment. Seeing none, I will close the public comment. Any further questions or discussion, Commissioner Gleason?
No, I'm quite clear on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm as well. And I do like your suggestion of adding an additional condition, which I have jotted down. Would you like me to read it since I have it right here, or would you prefer
Sure.
to make the motion?
If you would like to, I support that.
Okay. Thank you. Nice to see you both. I move to approve the wetland special use permit, wetland -24-0010, or would that be 25?
It is 2024 when it was submitted.
When it was submitted, thank you. For the Telluride Regional Airport Southside Executive Hangar Complex Development Project, based upon the finding that the application meets the review standards of Land Use Section 5-22 wetland areas, and that the development is proposed solely in a wetland buffer zone, and that the project activities are not likely to adversely affect the adjacent wetland areas, subject to the following conditions. 1, complying with all written representations as outlined in the December 3rd, 2024 application, supplement dated April 23rd, 2025, submitted by Michael Perkins, SWCA Environmental Consultants on behalf of the Telluride Regional Airport. These include best management practices to minimize impacts to the wetland areas and wetland buffer zones, and to minimize the lag time between wetland buffer zone impact and construction of the airfield improvements and revegetation. This will allow for the establishment and regrowth of wetland buffer zones and mitigation of disturbed soils until revegetation has stabilized the site. 2, install construction fencing and erosion control logs and graded inlet protection where required to minimize impact to adjacent downstream wetlands and water resources. Provide photos of BMPs upon installation to the planning department. 3, all disturbed soils will be revegetated with native species and controlled for invasive plant species and noxious weeds. 4, a final inspection will be scheduled with the planning department to certify compliance with the conditions of this wetland permit. 5, the applicant will ensure that riprap and gabion baskets are included on the full length of the compensatory wetlands that are located between wetland 1 and wetland 2 as identified in this application. Number 6, all written representations of the applicant in the original application submittal and all supplements, letters, and emails are deemed to be conditions of approval except to the extent modified by this approval.
I second.
Any further discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, John, for so patiently taking us through that.
Welcome.
Really helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is 11:30. We had on our agenda for 11 o'clock a public hearing, consideration of La Vista subdivision final plat and plan. I'm going to suggest that we take can we take an 8-minute break or 9-minute break and come back at 11:40, or is shorter than that? Okay.
I
What
just
is-
need a quick bathroom.
Yeah, all right, let's come
Minutes.
back in 4 minutes. We'll come
More
back at
about
11:35.
Yes.
Does that sound good? And it looks like
The
his
applicant is on.
line.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, we'll be back at 11:35. Thank you. Thank you. The time is 11:35. We are back from our brief break for a public hearing regarding consideration of Laval Vista subdivision, final plat and plan. Again, looks like we have John Hubner presenting. Take it away, Mr. Hubner.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate your patience. This is a application that has been overtaken over a long period of time and with extensive work with staff and the applicant. Morgan, are you online and available?
Yes.
Okay, good. And I also saw that Jackie is online with them. The applicant is MJ Rummel Investments LLC, Representative Morgan Rummel. And it's regarding the LaSalle Vista parcel located off of Highway 145 in Norwood. Parcel size is 14.6 acres. The project or the parcel is zoned Wrights Mesa Light Industrial. And the proposal before you is for a final plat LaSalle Vista subdivision. They propose 12 developable lot sizes 0.85 acres to 1.5 acres, along with subdivision infrastructure. Just a quick review. This is a 5-step process. This is the final step of that process. Going back through the sketch plan was intended to address the general concept of a proposal. The preliminary plan addresses the proposal in more detail, including 1041 reviews. And then finally, the final plan and plat includes a subdivision improvements agreement along with other related documents. And it's not really we're not going through and not relitigating, but we're kind of closing up this project. We're dealing with final details and final documents that are necessary to for the applicant to commence construction on the project and to deal with his subdivision. The vicinity map shows the location of the property just on the western side of the town of Norwood, across from the fairgrounds and from the sheriff's substation. This aerial view of the subject property, it's a fairly level property with irrigation ditches that bisect it on the north and south portions of the property. This is almost impossible to see at this scale, but it is a site plan and the building constraints maps. It shows the location of the 12 lots. It's also on its axis, so the top of this map is actually
east,
east, and then north is to the left. And so there's going to be basically 2 roads, Oro Place and Oro Place North and South, which provides the access to the lots. And thought it'd be interesting or helpful to list the different required submittals. Basically, we want to make sure that the subdivision that would be approved answers all the questions from the preliminary plan approval. And it included 16 conditions which have been addressed by the applicant. A final subdivision plat has been submitted and the county surveyor has reviewed and all of his comments have been addressed. Included a little differently on this subdivision plat, there's a matrix of allowed uses which mirrors the Wrights Mesa light industrial sub-districts allowed uses, with some of the some uses subtracted from the list because they're not appropriate at the site. The subdivision improvements agreement follows a standard county agreement, and for form, it has been reviewed by the county attorney. It also includes as an amendment, the analysis of the costs and the different portions of what constitute the cost of the subdivision improvements. And also the applicant must provide a financial instrument that will provide a backstop in case he is unable to provide the subdivision improvements on his own. The county would then step in and finish those improvements. Some of these plans and reports that were provided in the final plat normally would have been provided in the preliminary plan, but were allowed so by planning staff and the Board of County Commissioners. One was the engineered construction plans and construction costs. These were reviewed by the county engineer. And he agrees that the plans as presented and the construction costs as related are appropriate for the type of infrastructure proposed. Drainage plan prepared by a Colorado professional engineer includes a detention pond, and which is also included within the subdivision improvements that are going to be kept by the subdivision and people who future lot owners. Declaration of covenants also reviewed by the county attorney, includes a matrix of allowed uses and how, for instance, how they're going to deal with 4-H animals, and how that dark sky uses are an allowed practice and are recommended by the HOA. There's a kind of something that we discussed for a while was the infrastructure maintenance declaration, and also reviewed by the county attorney, and the applicant had to work on how to get proper language so it would be proportional to the certain lot owners instead of one lot owner undertaking a larger share of the responsibility. Part of a final plat agreement is that sewer, water, and fire protection has to be confirmed that they are going to be provided, and the applicant provided notations from the water district, from the environmental health specialist, and from the Norwood Fire Department that they are agreed that the plan is acceptable to them. One thing that we have not discussed yet is dedications, and dedications occur with any subdivision. And what our land use code provides is for schools and public parks. And the applicant has decided, instead of providing a land dedication, to provide a cash in lieu of land, which it is allowed to by the land use code. And he included an appraisal with the application, and which basically sets a per acre price for, or per acre value, I should say, not price, but for how we will value those cash in lieus. And finally, just some leftover details: revegetation plan, weed control plan, and landscape plan were received from the applicant. Those are normally received in the preliminary plan stage. The proposal, the building constraints map, is a part of the final plat. It includes all the setback requirements of the land use code for locating on-site wastewater treatment systems near to, and also including the irrigation ditches and features of the property, and easements are included on the building constraints map. And that is a useful tool for people when they are going to purchase a lot, to find where potentially they could site a lot on the property. And also it helps the buyer be aware of certain conditions that may exist on the property that they may not on the surface be aware of. The applicant is to provide cash in lieu of land based on the appraised value of 6,288 square feet for the school site and 14,400 square feet park land, undeveloped land associated with the subdivision. And these are basically formulas drawn directly from the land use code to come up with those land amounts. And the appraised value by a certified general appraiser was at $16,052 per acre, yielding the cash in lieu of land for $2,317.14 for school land. I don't know why school is less than parkland, but just following the
land use code.
There would also be $5,306.42 for public parks land. And
And so that appraised value, we just take it as is because it's a certified appraiser,
well,
$16,000 an acre.
basically, you guys have a choice, you know, whether to accept that or not. A certified general appraiser has a duty to, you know, perform an appraisal assignment, you know, using all ethics and that they are required to obtain a value for. And I mean, you can rely on that as the Board of County Commissioners. There was a purchase price within a year of the preliminary plan, which you could also use, which indicated higher per value for the purchase of the property.
The property itself?
Yes,
The
the property itself.
12.
Sale value that is higher. I, as staff did, you know, I didn't want to get into a back and forth, you know, with the applicant on the merits of either, but as a former appraiser in the appraiser's office, you know, I do feel comfortable in accepting a value from a certified general appraiser.
Thank you.
Another document, the subdivision improvements agreement, it's unique to, you know, subdivision approvals. And includes an exhibit showing the cost estimates for the required infrastructure improvements. And that the applicant has decided to provide an insurance bond to the county when the SIA is executed. It's an agreement that is signed by the Board of County Commissioners and the applicant. And there's, you know, significant promises that are made by both sides in entering into that agreement. The Declaration of Covenants, Infrastructure Maintenance Declaration establishes terms and conditions by which the rights-based light industrial uses and development can occur on these lots. And the Maintenance Declaration establishes for the maintenance of the subdivision infrastructure, which includes roads, includes the proposed walking path leading to, if we ever would get a intersection crossing, that is included as an easement on the plat. And also they must care for the detention pond, the drainage structures, steering clear of the irrigation ditches, and providing that the owner of the water that goes through has ability to come in and clean and maintain those ditches at any point that is convenient to them. And also, as a normal matter, of course, this they have a 3-year vesting right if it is approved by the Board of County Commissioners to make the development of the property under the terms of the land use code that are in effect at that time.
Galina?
I do have a question about the all-weather walking path from the property.
Yes.
And can you just give me a little more clarity about how that is projected to shake out? Because the response was that final plat includes a note describing the easement for a potential walking path.
Correct.
And that, you know, is a little different than
It
guaranteeing that is part of it.
They are within their maintenance agreement. They are required to be the constructor of that path. Should it need to come, if we are able to get an intersection crossing at some point that is set, you know, a safe point. CDOT does not at this point, and maybe with the town of Norwood as the size that it is and the size of the subdivision, does not appear to be a high priority at this point, but things can change in the future, and this basically puts them on the hook for providing that in that location, a walking path, and for providing for the construction of it. Whether that be the declarant or the future property owners.
Okay.
So they're on the hook for that, and but at this point, it's basically a highway to nowhere. In effect.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I incorrectly put this as a public hearing notice. This is actually a public meeting. This is not a public hearing. And but we did provide notice in the Daily Planet and the Norwood Post on May 23rd, 2025. The land use code highlights which steps of the process are either public meetings or public hearings, and this is identified as a public meeting. The applicant also provided public notice, mailing, and signposting on about May 15, 2025. We received no public comments, but I did send out a copy of the packet materials to Rich Grimes, who has been following this project on a basis. And I don't know if he is attending this meeting online or not, but that is the extent of public participation for this stage.
I don't see Mr. Grimes online or in the room.
The project was submitted and referred out to the following list of county, state, local, local fire districts, and for the water and sewer and town of Norwood. We received answers or referral comments back from those highlighted, and it actually went through more than just a single referral point. Some of these documents we had to send back and forth, either to the county attorney on multiple times, the county engineer and county surveyor received, referrals or questions on multiple occasions. And so we were very fortunate to use the referral agencies that we had available for this project. The county attorney provided comments regarding revegetation and weed control and regarding definitions concerning vote counting. Her comments were provided to the applicant, and changes to those documents were made to the acceptance of by the county attorney. CDOT commented that the applicant has until a date in August to request a notice to proceed, or the permit, CDOT access permit will expire, or they could obtain another extension to their permit. We had concerns that the proposed water detention pond would need a water right associated with it, but after conferring with Mark Ragsdale at the CDWR, there is no water right that he thinks will be associated with this. It's a small enough pond with and it's just for detention, and they're not planning any use of the pond. It will just evaporate or seep into the soil. The vegetation control management and manager, Julie Kolb, she provided a noxious weed and revegetation plan for the applicant with specific instructions on providing noxious weed control before and after the project construction infrastructure is undertaken, and also a revegetation plan for using native species on all disturbed soils of the project. Dave Foley, county surveyor, stated he did not have any further comments regarding the proposed final plat. There were multiple discussions back and forth with county staff regarding the final plat. The Norwood Fire Protection District, John Bachroff, stated he did not have any further comments, and his comments regarding fire hydrants were addressed in the preliminary plan. The county engineer or designated county engineer in this project, Greg Anderson, stated he did not have further comments related to the road, utility and drainage plans or building constraints map. He made the finding that the engineer's estimate of probable costs for the subdivision infrastructure are appropriate for the improvements shown on the engineered construction plans. And that's important because could potentially be on the hook for finishing the subdivision improvements if
Mhm.
there's an issue with the declarant and applicant.
I didn't know that was a provision because this is, I think, my first final plat, maybe my second, so that's reassuring.
Review standards found in the land use code are contained in land use code sections 4-501 through 13, which deals with final plat plans, and the applicable land use policies includes all of the policies in sections 2-1, 2-1 through 239. And planning staff finds that all required reports, maps, and studies are included in the application. All applicable submission requirements for a subdivision final plat as identified in land use code section 4-5 have been submitted and reviewed by staff. The subdivision is being considered pursuant to procedures of land use code section 3-7 for a 5-step review. And the proposed subdivision is generally consistent with the relevant land use code policies of Article 2, including 2-1, conformance with adopted comprehensive plan, 2-3, phasing of public services and facilities, 2-4, community balance, 2-6, compatibility with existing adjacent neighborhoods, as well as a number of policies related to more specific topics through policies 2-9 through 2-30. And the applicant will be providing a list of permitted uses on the final plat, which was a requirement of planning staff and of the board of county commissioners at the preliminary review. A key component of the subdivision will be the improvements at the new entrance to the site required by CDOT to allow for safe movement of traffic in and out of the site and the construction of the subdivision roads. Internal roads, as you will remember, will be built to county local access standards. The roads will be have a 22-foot driving surface. There'll be cul-de-sacs, gravel surface. There'll be no curbs or gutters or sidewalks required, and a road construction permit is required. A road development and infrastructure plans were prepared by a Colorado professional engineer, which is important because they have to seal and stamp all of their drawings, so we can rely on that. And it was also reviewed by a Colorado professional engineer. The easement for subdivision ingress and egress walking path, the applicant and lot owners, as we discussed, have a participation requirement if the project comes together in the future for a intersection crossing. And the applicant has demonstrated that the property can be developed in a way that protects the public health, safety, and welfare, including the provision of water and wastewater treatment, traffic, mitigation of geohazards, and mitigation of impacts on the environment. And there are a lot of moving parts with this. And it did take us a while. It's been a year since you reviewed the preliminary plan back in 2024, almost to the date. But I think we have, and the applicant especially has put in into the documents and into the subdivision plan and project that will meet the concerns for that county staff had and have been worked through with the applicant. And hopefully, if we have any additional questions, we'll be able to work through them in today's meeting and hopefully have a new subdivision.
Okay. Any questions for John?
I just had a couple questions about weed control. I, read through that application and Julie Kolb's responses. I guess I'm just wondering if this final plat is approved today and Mr. Rummel goes on to develop the property, but certain lots aren't purchased for a while and are sitting vacant, like what is the weed control plan in that interim period?
I don't think that, at least my understanding of the plan contemplates any other treatments other than prior to the construction.
Yeah.
And after construction.
Right. So that's what I'm referring to, is that like
Right, that-
interim period there where I hope Mr. Rummel is able to sell all lots right away, and that would be ideal.
Be up to the land at that point. It would be in the landowners. I think it's their best interest to maintain a controlled weed environment.
But that's not a provision of this.
It's not.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that because it was a little fuzzy for me. So.
Our conditions on the weed and revegetation solely hinge around the development portion of the property. A development timeline.
Oh, so once the infrastructure is in place, there's no, I guess it would just be regular state statute about weed control.
Right.
Right, it'd be really up to the property owner at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Maybe not the answer you wanted, but it is clear. I have a question. In your memo, John, there were some sort of points. It says BOCC's preliminary plan conditions for approval for La Vista, and then the responses are in italics. And the phrasing of the responses I was curious about, because it says like over and over, applicant stated that he has done this, right? That he has complied with that condition. And I just want to confirm that the county or the planning department has actually confirmed. It's not just that they said it, but we actually confirmed that took place.
We have poured over.
Yeah.
The plats and the documents
And-
over an extended period of time.
Yep.
And worked with the applicant to ensure, you don't have to rely that they were just submitted. And that they were accepted at that point. The documents, and the application as a whole was poured over.
Yeah, I assumed so. It was an interesting phrasing, but it's probably just formal planning. Okay, that was really my only question.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Rummel or Mrs. Rummel, would either of you like to comment or provide additional information? We would be interested to hear from you if you're like. Oh, it looks like Morgan has been unmuted. Can he also share his video? Yeah, we'd love, if you care to, you can turn on your video as well.
I'm in a football camp. I'm in a dorm room in Gunnison right now. So and my service isn't great. It was kind of choppy, so that's why I had the video shut off. But
That's fair.
yeah, I was trying to teach kids how to play football. No, I appreciate your guys' time. Like John said, this has been a very long process, and we're just kind of looking forward to getting it moved forward so people can utilize the space out there.
Great. Well, thank you for your diligence. I've been a commissioner for, I think the whole time pretty much that you've been going through this, and it's been a long time. So we know there are a lot of steps, and appreciate your diligence and working so closely with our planning department.
I'll echo
Yep.
that. This came in front of the planning commission when I was sitting on the planning commission, and you've had to go through many, many steps since then. And
Yeah, it's been stressful. It's been a learning experience, but I'm glad we're finally at the end of it.
All right, great. Thank you very much. If we don't have any further questions or discussion, no one in the room seems to, what do we do next, John? We need to make a motion.
I do want to, clarify one point for the record.
Please.
Because, this has been going on for a while, and Commissioner Gleason was previously on the Planning Commission. She was an alternate, and I've actually just looked up the resolution to verify that she did not vote on that resolution, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
No
Yes,
conflict.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, Kay. I was.
Yeah.
You were watchful at that moment. And
Yes.
I
Well,
appreciate
Maura
that,
brought it up to me.
that oversight as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
have a motion here to approve the subdivision application, and then we also have a resolution. Is this two separate motions or?
Did I include, or did I not include the resolution?
Let's see.
The motion should be to approve and adopt the resolution.
Move to approve the LaSalle Vista final plat subdivision application and to adopt maybe resolution.
I would think, no,
No?
it's the one here includes to adopt, I further move to adopt Board of County Commission
Yeah,
Resolution number 25.
You got it. Thank you. With the following conditions. Okay. And so there are 4 conditions. We haven't added any. So can we just make that brief motion and read those 4 conditions? We don't have to read the resolution, correct?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
And one thing I did not mention is the applicant will also have to obtain a development permit prior to any construction, and we will be able to. It's another point that we can check, make sure they're in conformance with this approval.
So should we add that as a 5th condition?
No, it's just a matter of procedure.
Okay. Okay, great.
I also just wanted to follow up on John's inquiry or comment about the appraisal of the land.
Yes.
And I feel comfortable with that appraised value. I think, comparing to what the land was purchased for versus what it was appraised per acre, it's within spitting distance. And
Oh, good to know.
I just wanted to state that I feel comfortable with that number, but I wanted to
Great.
bounce that off you as well.
Thank you. I felt reassured when John reminded me that it was done by a certified, what was it called?
Certified general appraisal.
General appraisal, and that it
Yeah.
felt good to him too. So thank you I'm glad to know you feel that way. And with your reassurance, I'm doubly reassured. Okay, are you prepared to make a motion or would you like me to?
I can make a motion, sure. I move to approve the LaSalle Vista final plat subdivision application based on the findings that the final plat plan is consistent with the San Miguel County Comprehensive Development Plan and the relevant land use policies as set forth in Article 2 of the San Miguel County Land Use Code and activities of local and state interest 1041. Environmental review is set forth in Land Use Code Section 5-4. I further move to adopt Board of County Commission Resolution number 2025-17 with the conditions laid out 1 through 4.
Okay, and those are stated in the memo.
Yes.
I second that motion. Any further discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The 2 motions pass unanimously. Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Rummel and Mrs. Rummel.
Thank you, guys. We'll be in touch with whatever we need to do moving forward. Appreciate it.
Take care. Okay,
too.
is now, and good luck on the football field with those young people. It is now 12:09 and we are 9 minutes late for our lunch break, but I think we'll have plenty of time between now and 12:45 when we will come back for continued discussion of planning matters. Thank you very much. We'll see you at 12:45. All righty. Good afternoon, San Miguel County. It is 12:45, still Wednesday, June 11th, and we are back for our afternoon agenda items. We'll begin with planning, or we will continue with additional planning matters, specifically item 10A, consideration of updating the fee rate for the employee housing mitigation fee. Is this going to be Kay and or John?
Yes,
All right.
John's
Perfect.
got the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so we had met back in May on this very topic and were provided direction to update the residential impact fee. And so we're bringing it back to you, and just a reminder that residential impact fee is only allowed within the Telluride R1 school district. The amended employee housing impact fee was adopted in 2022 of July. And the current impact fee is $527 per square foot as specified in the adopting resolution. And just going through some of this background to set the stage for why we're going forward today. The current impact fee, as we specified, was $527. And adopted in 2022. It was further amended in 2023 to increase the exempt residential floor area from 1,800 square feet to 2,000 square feet, and to revise the mitigation rate so that gaps at transition points between mitigation rates were eliminated. Employee housing mitigation directly addresses the impact residential construction has on the related housing need. Payment of impact fee satisfies the requirement to provide housing for people associated with the construction and the employees needed for the ongoing maintenance of the property, e.g. housekeeping, landscaping, maintenance, and snow removal. There is a credit available toward an impact fee for the construction of a caretaker unit or ADU is possible if property owner chooses to deed restrict that unit for occupancy by a qualified employee. Since 2022, we have not had anyone choose that route. Fees are collected, the fees that are collected are used to implement housing programs consistent with county land use policies and standards and county master plan goals. As you're aware, market value and sales have increased dramatically through 2021 through 2023. The current fee is based on sales in 2018, 2019, and 20. And so the value utilized is $824 per square foot. Don't confuse that with the impact fee, but that's how much a market rate for that time period for condos and duplexes at that time. The rate that is proposed is based on sales from 2021, 2022, and 2023, and that yields at $12,191. So you can just see the arc that has followed in those last 3 years of sales. It's starting to level out though. This staff proposes for BOCC consideration to update the affordable housing impact mitigation fee rate from $527 per square foot to $928 per square foot. The $928 fee is based on sales in 2021, 20 through 23. If we receive complete applications submitted prior to July 1st, 2025, they will be assessed at the current fee of $527 per square foot. The fee will be phased in from July 1st to December 31st at $727.50, which is basically taking half of $527 and half of $928. And effective January 1st, 2026, the fee will be $928 per square foot. By April 30th, 2026, planning staff would be authorized to annually update the market gap fee rate. The 2026 model would then be based on sales in 2022 23 and 24. Increasing the fee to the now current rate can be implemented administratively per the land use code. However, phasing in the fee does require BOCC action. And this chart illustrates it at the square footage amounts of 2001 through 5,000 square feet, how those rates, the gap fee is calculated, how it is, the far right column is the current fee. And so just looking at 2001 square foot, there'd be a fee of $13,441, $13,441. The proposed impact fee beginning on July 1st would be increased to $18,555. And this would continue on through December 31st, 25. And then beginning January 1st, 2026, the fee would increase to $23,669 per square. I'm sorry, for a total fee amount.
John, can you just remind me actually how that math works if it's not too complicated?
It's not, and the very first thing when we receive an application, we'll just continue with 2001 square foot. We determine how many employees are generated. So in that particular example, 1/3 of an employer, 0.35 employees are generated. On the mitigation rate is determined at that square footage size, and so it's 18%. And then we determine how much affordable housing, and that's determined by a minimum housing size of 400 square foot multiplied by the mitigation rate and by the employees generated to yield 26 square feet of housing to be provided by for that 1/3 employee, and then multiply the 26 by $527 yields the $13,441.
Okay, so you take 400 times 0.35 times 8.18
Yep.
times 572.
No, it's times 26.
Oh, times 26.
No, that equals 26.
I'm sorry, it equals 26.
And then you take 26 times 527.
Yes.
Okay, 400 times 1.8. Got it, okay. And then 26 times 572.
527.
527,
Yep.
okay. Okay, thanks.
So they're doing a payment in lieu, so instead of providing affordable housing, they're actually just providing a payment, which is okay within the land use code.
Okay, I think that 400 per square foot per employee is a key number, thanks.
And we use the same number, 400, that's Town of Telluride and Mountain Village also utilize.
I think you told me that before, thanks for the reminder.
And so, I mean, it's really a short presentation. We had
Mhm.
kind of gone through the math before, and just in reiterating, what you would be approving would be to update the gap fee from $527 to $928. To approve the board accompanying board resolution 2025-19. And the gap fee would start in at $727.50 on July 1st through December 31st. And effective January 1st, the gap fee would rise to $928. And then to get back on to track, according to the land use code, planning staff is authorized to increase it's not always going to be an increase. There's times where it's going to be a decrease. The market gap fee rate by April 30th of the year, and that allows us enough time to get additional sales information and to get the information from on how we calculate the fee rate. And so basically we would be caught up beginning on April 30th, 2026 of using sales from 2022 to 2024. And a big component of getting this message out to realtors, building professionals and public, and to create awareness. And we've already got it, assuming that this is all contingent upon you guys approving this. We would run an ad in the paper on this Friday, a display ad this Friday, and the remaining Fridays, prior to July 1st. And we'd also have a press release, a type of press release that we can put then also on our website, social media, sent out to our list, and then also doing an email string to the available addresses that we have in our lists for architects and building professionals.
What about HOAs?
Yeah, actually, the easiest ones for us to pull are the HOAs and TAR. It's a little harder for us to pull together architects and builders.
Yeah.
And then obviously the press release will go to fairly extensive list of recipients that we have for that as well. We're without a communications coordinator right now, as you know, so we're kind of having to
Hey,
do
just
it ourselves.
I know we have those Civic Alert software, is that what it's called? Use?
Yeah, so we'll work with our website people, so Katie and Heather,
Yeah.
to when we issue our press release, we'll make sure that it goes into the news section on the website. Yeah, just get it in all the usual places and channels that we do.
But you all have email lists that you send out notices to, right?
Well, for this particular one, not exactly. I mean, we've got an extensive email list for like our review agencies.
Right.
And that's been customized according to what type of project it is. For example, I've got my mining, I've got my solar. We don't exactly have this. And we're also a little short-staffed in terms of being able to mine our SmartGov system for email addresses. But we do have TAR, we do have the HOAs. And so we'll send it out to as many people as we can find it, but then we'll also make sure that we've got the display ads in the paper, we'll have the press release out, we'll have the links on our website, and we'll also make sure that there's social media. So our usual social media channels, we'll have a brief announcement that links back to the website.
Okay. And the second paragraph, the paragraph under the sample motion, does that include, is that part of the motion or is that just a comment? Cause I would like to be a little more specific, just based on this conversation. If it's part of the motion.
It's intended to be part of the motion.
Correction, yes.
Okay, so I would like to just clarify, everything you have here is great, but I would say provide social media press release. I think I would say, provide what do we call it?
It says a press and social media release. So basically what it is we have, we're preparing a press release that has, some narrative to it for information go to.
It's different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Staff will run display ads in the Target newspaper, provide a press and social media release. And should we also put it in the Norwood paper? No, this is only on the East End, never mind. Provide notice on the county website. I think we should also add in here, email county lists of the HOAs and Telluride Association of Realtors. I think, Jared, can we also discuss this on county lines on Kodo?
We currently do not have an operator for county lines, but we can definitely get it out.
Okay,
We will come July though.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
And-
we kind of have a break, but
Right.
we can get a news release to
Okay,
code,
that's
make it
fair.
read it.
And then that's right, and I was gonna say the same thing about putting it in our quarterly newsletter, but that probably won't go out for a while either, right?
Correct.
Right,
It'll be
okay,
one of the first things we assign.
we signed, okay. Okay, but yeah, so let's just add in here, and I see you clarified the language in the thing, let's
And-
add about the email to the HOAs and TAR.
Yeah, and Kodo is on our press release notification list, so.
Have you had any engagement on this from the real estate realm?
Not to this point yet.
Okay. I'm just curious.
This brings up, just Glenn, something I wanted to talk to you about. We are on the agenda to present or speak at the TAR meeting on the 25th, I think, of June. One of us,
Yeah.
and Mike will plans to go along. So we should probably mention this then
Absolutely,
as
yeah.
well, yeah. I mean, I think we're doing the best that we can, given this mitigation fee regulation that we have passed, which has been thought about and fought about and litigated, so I just feel like we don't really have a choice, but to move forward. Unfortunately, this is what the cost of building is in our community, and given the fact that it is getting higher and higher, maybe starting to level out, I mean, that just reinforces the need for this fee. So it's a hard pill to swallow, but this is the reality, the time we live in and the place we live in. So, anyway, we'll just have to be prepared to explain that.
Yeah. I know we've mulled over this and discussed it many times, but I just, for the sake of just making sure we feel absolutely rock solid about how we're rolling this out and the phasing, do we feel that starting July 1st makes sense?
Oh, now are you wondering if it's too soon? Should we give it another month?
I'm wondering. I mean, that's 3 weeks from now. No, a little less than 3 weeks, two
It's a
and a
good
half
point.
weeks from now.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know if an extra month is totally going to move the needle too much, but I do know, like, from the real estate world, you know, July is a really big month for them to close sales. I'm just wondering about the timing and how it's gonna be perceived by
I
the real
understand.
estate realm.
I don't know that.
I don't-
Sales matters as much, because this is
Right.
about building permits, right? This is assessed when you pull your building permit, but I do take your point about. This is less than 3 weeks, and if
Yeah.
people wanted to be aware of this and have an opportunity to kind of push through more quickly. I would be open to an August 1st start.
Right.
For the
And-
average number, yeah.
Yeah, so where this really kicks in is at the construction point.
Sure.
And, you know, since 2023, 24, we've been, you know, our messaging when we talk to people is this is our fee right now. It may increase in the future when we're directed to change it. So, you know, as we've been talking to people, we've been, you know, telling them that it might change.
Are we saying that it might change on July 1st? Are we saying it
Well,
might change?
up until recently, we didn't have a date.
Right.
But we have always told people that it can be updated. So that, if they contact us and say, hey, I'm planning my project, are these the fees? And we will say, these are the now current fees, they may increase.
I know, and I
so-
appreciate that you do that. At the same time, that's a little vague. And
Well-
I think that given that we've been discussing this, I like the idea of giving the public a little more notice and also getting our comms person on.
Yeah.
Like if she starts June 30th, that would give her a month of, give her a month. I don't know. What do you all think, Mike, over there?
I think that's good. The main thing I was gonna say is it's really applicable for the realtors that are brokering private land. Because people that are looking or undeveloped property.
Right,
And
vacant land,
when
yeah.
they're selling that, the purchasers are envisioning, okay, I'm gonna build this size home, potentially on that. They may have gotten a quote from a builder. Part of the, so it's going to be received probably negatively regardless, because the building permits won't hit for another year to 2 years in most cases. So it will be under the new fee. It might be even under a different fee at that point. Because our resolution, if anybody Googles this in the county document, says that we're gonna update it annually.
In
So the
April.
fact, yeah, so part of our conundrum, we waited many years too long last time. Now we're in the same position, not as egregious of waiting, but if we can get onto just the administrative every year, here's what it changes to, then I think there will be less shock and surprise.
I totally agree with that. And, we're gonna need to get on board here. But I personally feel like pushing it back just another month just for the rollout of communications, and to your point, there's gonna be shock factor and, discontent with it regardless, but I think just that little bit of extra time for rolling out the message, and I just would feel better about it. And then it's also like from August 1st to December 31st, it's a 4-month period, and then to April 30th is another 4-month period that it's kind of like phasing out.
Yeah, it's more even, a little bit more even, yeah.
Which
I mean, I know it's just delaying the inevitable, but I do think given our communication challenges right now, it's the right thing to do to start at August 1st. John, did you?
Just to let you be aware, I did run the ad already, assuming we were, I'll be able to change it.
Okay.
One ad's gonna say July 1st, just so you're not surprised.
But you said it was starting Friday.
Right.
They could probably change that.
We have a, for display ads, we have a 1-week lead time, and they've probably already got the layout on it, so.
I'm sure,
try.
I think we should try to change it. Yeah. I mean, they don't print until tomorrow night.
I bet they can change that one word.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for calling that out
Yeah.
though. That's
Yeah.
good. Anything else from staff? One other question I had, in the sample motion, it says, I think it's the third sentence or fourth, beginning April 30th, 2026, planning staff is authorized to annually update. I would rather use the word required, to make sure that it really happens. Do you guys feel comfortable with that?
I would just say planning staff shall annually update.
That's fine. That's better. Yep, shall. Okay. And then utilizing sales data from beginning April 30th, planning staff shall annually update the market gap fee rate utilizing sales data. Then those years don't work. We should say from the previous 3 years, right?
Yeah.
But there's actually a lag time, right? Previous 3 available years. Does that sound good?
I mean, we may not need the specificity in there, but I don't know if it's.
How
Oh,
about
wow.
just to annually update the market gap fee rate?
As allowed per the county land use
Yeah,
code?
yeah.
Perfect. So take out the whole utilizing part.
Yep.
As is allowed. And is allowed the right word? That sounds like government, but that's fine. Okay. And then I had just one other question. Where do we get the data and why does it like a year and 4 months delayed? Yeah, John.
We've been getting it from the town of Telluride,
Mhm.
and they've been very easy to deal with. But I have been unable to get it for the past year now from them. So as part of this, I think we may need to become members of TAR to get the sales low. I mean, we could ask a realtor, but I don't know if that's copacetic, go that way.
I think for these purposes, and John and I had talked about this prior, we're just gonna stop having a middleman and we'll be members to get the data that we need to get to
Okay.
serve our.
But it will still be a year's delay.
Yes.
It is always a lagged data. There's no way to get all the sales, like close the book, in an active, like.
Could we bring
month
it
over
forward physically? We wouldn't be able to get the HUD data until June, so we lag on the HUD data alone. And it just gives us a little bit more time to work with the data.
Okay.
Not that it takes long to analyze it, but
So, but we can't get
we, sales data for, like, this is 2025. We can't get sales data, sorry, we can't get sales data today for 2024.
We could, I think we could. I've never worked with TART. I don't know what the
Okay.
capabilities are.
How is the land use code written? Is it just saying to you, oh, it says the prior 3 years, right?
Right.
Okay, so I think we should strive to use current data, meaning the previous 3 years.
Right.
Okay,
If I'm hearing you correctly, it may beginning then in April 30th of 2026. That we may bump up at 2 years at that time point.
yeah.
Using-
Use 23,
using-
24, 25.
Correct.
Right.
23, 24, 25. So the most recent available data.
Yeah.
Is full for a year.
Yeah. I would like to make that point. The most recent, are you all right if we put that in here,
Yes,
just to clarify?
That makes a lot of sense.
Recent available data. Wait, the most recent, help me out here, guys. The most recent available data for 3 complete previous years.
Previous 3 full years.
Previous 3 full years available. Okay. Okay. That's perfect. Okay. All right, let me just see if I've got this right, because this is a little different. Move to others to kind of update the data. To approve the Board of County Commission to start the August 1st. Effective. Shall annually update the recording. Saying the most recent sales data for the previous 3 full available. Okay. And do you think we need to specify that it's the multifamily sales data, or that's in the land use code?
That's in the land use code.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, perfect. And then county staff is also directed to engage with the real estate professionals, beneficial public to create awareness of the upcoming fee increase. Staff will run display ads, provide a press and social media release. Email our list of HOA and major. Okay. I'm comfortable. How about you?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, I made some notes so I can make the motion.
Thanks.
And just help me if I misstep. I didn't see if we have any public comment. Oh, there we do have public comment. Shelley Duplan, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Shelley Duplan, Aldosoro Ranch. Although Aldosoro Ranch is exempt, I'm curious to know on the employee generation study from which this formula is somewhat calculated, is that a study still, I can't remember the date of origination, but I think it was somewhere around 25 years old. Is that still the case, and has the county considered looking at that study and updating it to understand what current requirements are for employee generation? And just from the perspective of talking to some other HOAs about this real steep increase, there's a lot of concern about this fee limiting growth, and that lots are going to be devalued in the region, in the unincorporated county, and building is really going to stop, which then affects the amount of money that the county is going to receive, for employee housing. So it's going to be a shocker for people once they get this information. So just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're probably not incorrect that this might have a bit of a market impact. We'll have to see. John, did you want to address the fact that, or is that true that the employee generation study that we use is 25 years old? And I know that was actually litigated, and can you speak to that?
Yeah. Yeah, our employee generation study is still using the 2006 study. think I got the date right. We have budgeted for an update. We have not yet issued an RFQ.
Can you talk about when that might happen?
At the moment, I don't have any timeline on it.
This year, next year?
I mean, we budgeted within this year.
Okay.
So
I think commissioners, I think we can say our goal is to have that RFP process be under contract by the end of the year. We don't know that that study will be complete by end of year. It'll depend on, how fast a contractor can work. But we did budget for it, and we are intending to get that RFQ or RFP pulled together and proceeding. So.
Okay. Tobin Brown. Please go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Hi, Tobin Brown. I have my realtor hat on here, and just two quick comments. One is, had you guys ever considered working with your people across the hall at the San Miguel Assessor's office for property data? They seem to have be a rich source of property data. And then the only other thing is, I think if someone is inquiring with the planning department as to what's the whole fee business, I overheard Kay mention that this is what it is right now. It could go up. I think it should be very direct. Here's how it's calculated. Refer them to the process, the protocol, so there's no misunderstanding. It should be very clear and not like, well, it might go up. If we see that our market starts to plateau, which we're already seeing signs of here, I mean, it's conceivable in a few years that number could actually come down one time. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I imagine, Kay, that you are, now that we have made this decision, you can be more clear. Is that correct?
that's correct. And, we've known over the last couple of years what the impact fee should be going to from the $527. So, we've definitely been telling people that if this fee is updated right now, it would be this. If the fee is updated right now, it would be that. And we also direct them to our studies and our calculators and everything. So, we've tried to be as upfront and transparent as we can whenever we are talking to people who are asking us about possibly building new.
Great.
Or additions.
Good. And then the question about whether we could use the assessor's data, is that different or the same?
It's the same sales, but we get it in a format from the TAR that is much quicker and easier to use.
Okay, different purposes. Okay, thank you. Morgan Smith, you have today 4 minutes to speak on this subject.
Oh, okay. Well, uncharacteristically for me, it'll make it much shorter than my allotted time. I mean, I certainly have my issues with the overall concept of this, but there's one particular area I want to point to because we might be able to, or I might suggest something that might be very good to look at. I have a great concern about the application of these fees, which are, obviously they are already big. Now they're going to be 50% bigger. On a very specific thing, which is either ADUs or smaller units that go with existing houses. And here's the reason why the current rule, as I understand it, maybe it's changed, so somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, but unless that unit is 100% dedicated to a local, then you've got to pay the fee. I think that we have a potential to do something good here, which is to encourage more of these ADUs and smaller units on larger properties. If we look a little bit more creatively, wait, that's not creatively, at the guidelines to encourage people to build units that might mostly be used for local housing, say a minimum of 6 months out of the year, but then could also be, and this is the number one thing I've heard from people that have prevented them from building something, is that they can't ever use it for family. Unless their family happens to work here full time. And if there is a way to change the rules so that it could be a, obviously very much encourage renting to locals, but perhaps not 100%. something less than that might really encourage people to do it, and especially people that are less sensitive to the the costs of of these fees, but more likely to do it if they know that they can also use it for alternative means. So I just would strongly encourage all of you to consider that one aspect on how we might be able to encourage a little bit more ADU housing without charging people a lot of money unless it's 100% dedicated. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. I can speak to that a little bit. Today on our consent agenda, we approved a contract. I'm looking for exactly where it is. A professional services agreement with Logan Simpson for the Affordable Housing Code consultation and facilitation project. You may remember that started with a conversation this board had a year ago
Yes.
about needing to update the community housing zone district, and we've expanded that project to be a review of all of our kind of incentives and disincentives for building locals housing. So I think that what you're suggesting here is something that we could consider during that time. I will say though, as somebody who lived as a caretaker in a house that I had to leave periodically when people came, it was not stable housing. So I don't have a personal
I totally agree
feeling
with
about a
you.
6-month rental.
I totally agree with you, except is it better than nothing? It might be a little better than nothing.
Well, let's have that conversation when we have the, as we go through that process. And just as a reminder to everybody, there will be a work group in that, as part of that process that will include community members in addition to elected officials and staff and all sorts of things. So we will have a robust discussion for sure.
Great.
But thanks for bringing it up here because it's something we should talk about.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Any other public comment? No one's in the room, nobody else online.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes, please.
I think a part of that, we have discussed that idea in the past.
Mhm.
And when we looked at the data of our 35 deed restricted ADUs, only 1 out of 35 was actually being rented to a local. That's where we're subsequently seeing folks desiring to buy off the deed restriction from those units. So as laudable as it is, even the ones that were fully deed restricted are remaining vacant rather than being rented to locals.
Thank you for reminding me of that because that is something we looked at or you looked at, staff. And yeah, unfortunately, the culture has changed since I first moved here, where people, homeowners are not as interested in having a caretaker live on site or a local person live on site. Now, it's possible if we provided different incentives that culture could shift again. But so far, that's kind of where we are right now. So.
I think that should certainly be part of this upcoming analysis and discussion. Perhaps some provisions could come into place with that as well.
Yep, agreed. All righty. Thank you, everybody, for your comments, thoughtful comments. I am prepared to make a motion. Oh, you know what I wanted to make a note of is in the resolution, there were, let's see, at the bottom of page 1, we might want to correct this. The dates were wrong here. Let's see. So at the very last, be it further resolved in the resolution, I'd like to suggest that we amend it on the first page. Beginning April 30th, 2026, planning staff shall.
Yeah, we'll update the resolution to reflect everything you say in your motion.
Oh, perfect.
You don't have to rewrite the
Rewrite
resolution
that as
today.
well. Okay. And then okay, that's fine. Great. I am ready to make the motion. Okay, bear with me. I move to authorize county planning staff to update the gap fee from $527 to $928 as presented. To start, the gap fee will be phased in from August 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. The phased in fee amount will be $727.50. This is computed by averaging 527 and 928.
Effective January 1st, 2026, the gap fee will be $928. Beginning April 30th, 2026, planning staff shall annually update the market gap fee rate using the most recent sales data available for the previous 3 full years, as is allowed per the county land use code. County staff is also directed to engage with real estate professionals, building professionals, and the public to create awareness of the upcoming fee increase. Staff will run display ads in the new Telluride newspaper, provide press and social media releases, email our lists of homeowners associations and the Telluride Association of Realtors, and provide notice on the county website.
I second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you for getting this hard work done, county staff. Okey doke, moving on now to lost. Manager matters. Item 11, Michael Bordogna.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'll start with just some meetings info and then not a whole lot for updates this week. But last Thursday, I attended the San Sofia Station gondola meeting that was held up in Mountain Village, where they shared potential designs for the future San Sofia Station and the reasoning for why they would have gondola cabin storage up there versus the town locations at either of the receiving ends. And it largely was because of property ownership and available space that would be needed. There was a lot of public feedback at that meeting regarding whether it's always a question of what size of gondola cabins, why would we need to store extras or take them off the line, and then what those station improvements and the additional size of that potential future station would look like and how that might impact views or other items. So nothing was decided. It was just more of a public feedback session. So we'll look forward to any changes or proposals as that moves forward. Had an informal meeting with Town of Telluride regarding the Fruin building redevelopment after their work session with HARC, which Jared and I attended, and modifications to the design of the building and parking are happening with the designers. And as soon as we get those, we'll share those back to try and incorporate the feedback from HARC members and the public that were received during that session.
Were there substantial recommendations by HARC? Changes?
I think it depends on what you consider substantial, but a lot of the discussion at the work session revolved around the sheds. The 2 historic sheds, the one that's on the corner of Aspen Street is in its original location and will remain in place. And then the other one had been moved in the past. So there was some discussion of potential receiver sites for that. The HARC board was unanimous in saying that they want it placed on an alley in the eligible receiver zone, not in the Galloping Goose Park, as we had said, maybe one potential alternative where we could have restored it and made it a historic interpretive feature, since the Galloping Goose is no longer there and has been told to us that it will not be returning. Other design elements were the windows, the glazing, the potential light impacts, the potential height and perceptions of the height, conformance with other surrounding buildings in the neighborhood, and trying to make sure that the commercial core of Telluride visually remains intact and doesn't look too massive. So I know that a lot of there were some comments about wanting to see the third floor, which would be the town of Telluride's primarily occupied area, because we've talked about commercial on the first floor, county on the second floor, town of Telluride on the third floor. They've asked for those setbacks up because the third floor is already set back from the building envelope to be set back further, so that it's more difficult for the public to see as they're driving in, and it appears to be a smaller building. So more to come on that. As you've already mentioned, tonight we'll be holding a listening session with Placerville residents from 5 to 7 p.m. Tomorrow on Thursday, I'll be with our finance team and Roden Bridge admin assistant to hear the interviews for the senior accountant position in the finance department. On Monday, the 16th, we'll have a lodging tax meeting at 1 p.m. that was rescheduled from its previous time. We have a regular commissioner meeting on the 18th, and the county will be closed on the 19th in observance of Juneteenth, federal holiday. Looking a little bit further beyond, though, on June 25th, we'll be having a work session that's going to start a little bit later than normal at 10 a.m. to accommodate one of the commissioners and myself attending the Telluride Association of Realtors meeting in the morning. But right after we start that meeting, we'll be heading down to the jail for a tour of the jail with Sheriff Dan Koval. Lastly, I think Ryan's already made reference to it, and so has Jared, but after we met with the Forest Service to review the bids that we had shared publicly with the commissioners last week, we had a request for more information from the Forest Service, and so that solicitation has occurred with our existing bidders. We will be receiving that info by 8:30 this coming Friday morning, and we have a meeting set at 9 a.m. to review that information so that we can come closer to a recommendation of award. In the meantime, I've also been soliciting donations for the project from Idorado, 3 different Jeep groups in the area. John Duncan has pledged some money from his company Telluride Outside, as well as 2 other tour operators have contributed. Yesterday, I had my first financial contribution from a community member in Wrights Mesa, who moved here in large part because of his love for Jeeping, high mountain passes. And he graciously has said, I've talked to some friends and they're also interested in contributing, so I've connected them with our finance team to facilitate those. I also spoke with Idorado Mining Company and asked for their commitment to be put in writing by 5 p.m. today. So if they're our biggest outlier, we did also learn that the $100,000 committed by the Forest Service is in their budget and has been put through their processing for an expenditure. However, it has to go through an approval by DOJ before it can be released from the Forest Service, even though it is already in their budget and has been approved. So that's always a little bit concerning. So we'll be looking to hear back about an update on that as well on Friday, and keeping our fingers crossed, because I think we could potentially still do the project if we can get some of these other commitments. But the Forest Service would be they're our second largest contributor behind the county toward the repair. And that would be a tough pill to swallow if we couldn't depend on theirs. But we are still communicated with John Jett on behalf of the Imogene Pass race, running race in September, about potential timing of an award, as well as of the repairs. Obviously, the different bidders from the bids that we viewed all proposed different timelines. We did ask them in this second follow-up to give us their absolute best time frame that they could do it, and put in writing that they could do it. So we're still optimistic that we can get this completed. I would like to say before September, but others are less optimistic than me. So I do know that our friends over in Uray continue to struggle and are in a similar position of having to find funds to rebuild their Hillfiker baskets and reinforce their road in a very steep drop-off section where they had additional rockfall. So unfortunately, it's not a unique problem. One other little piece of hope there is we did finally hear back from the Bronco Wild Fund, who John Duncan and I had approached for a donation to the project, and they said that they can't donate this time. However, if we wanted to work with Telluride Foundation or another group to start a pass repair fund for subsequent things, and we know even though it wasn't a pass, we had the unexpected failure of the large culvert at Trout Lake last year that we had to take general fund money to repair, and it's likely to continue most years into the future.
Yeah.
And so they said that they would promote that to their 300,000 followers if we created such a page, and they felt that that would be lucrative and their way of contributing. So, do you have any questions for me right now?
I have
Yes.
one question and an update that
Sure.
I probably missed out on, as far as the PIO hire and where we're at with that. It just
Our
came to me.
communications coordinator, we have not designated her as the
coordinator,
county's
thank you.
PIO. And just, I know it's a little confusing. The sheriff's office has retained Susan Lilly as the PIO for the sheriff's office. However, she's not the PIO for the county. And that is Megan Knowles, our new communications coordinator.
Okay,
We're very
thank you.
excited to have her coming aboard. She starts on June 30th. And ready to hit the ground running.
Great.
And we may in the future recommend that we modify her job description and create that PIO title for her. I just know that during the time of COVID, we didn't want, and when we first brought on a communication specialist to assist us with public communication, the commissioners and myself were very concerned about the sensitivity of public messaging, and we didn't want somebody speaking on behalf of the commissioners or on behalf of the county's position without detailed knowledge of where the commissioners were sitting on each issue.
Thank you for that clarification.
My
I've
pleasure.
been calling that position PIO for months now, so stand corrected.
Quite all right. I have still remained as the media contact. We haven't had as much media outreach or reaching out to us since COVID, but it's certainly one that I have gone to a PIO class and training, so I do feel like I can cover that duty as long as we need to, but we'll see how and if Megan has that capacity.
Not to take up too much time,
Not at
but where
all.
is she coming from?
Oh, Megan is a local resident, which is delightful. She already lives in the area. She's been here since 2012 or earlier. And she has most recently been working at the Mountain School.
Okay.
So I'm sure they're sad to see her go. She was there the previous 4 years, but she does have a great understanding of the local communities, especially in the east end of the county.
Nice.
Okay. Any other manager matters or deputy county manager matters?
Mike did a pretty darn good job. I was just he mentioned that we do have the Juneteenth holiday next Thursday. It's also the kickoff of Bluegrass, so it will be a busy, busy time.
Wow.
I think we've mentioned, but it's worth reiterating our work sessions next week on housing, both in the morning and in the evening at 5 o'clock. In this room, we'll be having discussions of county deed restrictions, some legal questions that we've had answered, and some suggestions about moving ahead to the Board of Commissioners. So,
And those two sessions are 10, what time?
10:15 a.m. and again at 5 o'clock p.m.
PM. And how does that work with the jail visit?
That is what, when Mike said it, I said, we're gonna have to figure that out.
We'll move our jail visit.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
It's the following
Wednesday.
Wednesday, so, yeah. So that's, the jail visit is
that
a
the far
further
week?
week. right?
Okay,
Oh, okay.
So,
Sorry, yeah.
jail visit, okay.
I just wanted to touch on 6/25 because it's a different start date than.
and if you're interested in
gotcha.
it, commissioners, we do have a CPR training happening on the 26th. That's been going around. It's always good to have our staff trained because we never want to use those skills, but we should probably all have them.
I have signed up for that since the last CPR training I took was baby CPR in 1993.
It's changed a bit, I'll tell you.
There's no mouth to mouth anymore, right? It's just compression.
Unless you really want to.
Way more compressions, less breath.
That's breath. Okay. All right. But we won't be making public statements about that till after the training. All right. Thank you both or all for all of that. Okay. Commissioner updates. I will start by saying I have none. I was out of town and did not attend any meetings, even remotely. I can share about my vacation, but I'll do that offline.
Nice. I'm so happy to hear that you took a legitimate break. I as well was away, but I have squeaked in a few meetings since a couple meetings since I've been back that I'll give just some brief updates on. I did want to update everyone on some exciting news from the West End that the Fresh Foundation just hired their first executive director, and that organization has never had an executive director. It's just operated solely through volunteers. And so I think that there's going to be a lot of really good evolution in that organization with that leadership, especially for the Norwood Food Pantry, the senior lunches, and all the outreach that's done through that organization. So very excited.
Do you know who it is?
Stephanie Grebe, and she's a Norwood resident, was hired, and she's worked for United Way of Larimer County, Food Bank for Larimer County. She ran the Ouray Ice Park, and most recently, for the past 9 years, she's been the advancement director at the Telluride Mountain School. So she comes with a lot of nonprofit experience and is excited to have a job in Norwood. So I think that's going to be great for the community.
Will that be a full-time position?
Mhm.
And can you just remind us what the duties or the mission of the Fresh Food Foundation is? I know that, because I know you have a lot of different programming.
Yeah, it's a pretty broad, there's a lot of irons in the fire.
Yeah, you run the Norwood Food Pantry.
Yes, manage the Norwood Food Pantry and are the kind of fiscal responsible agent for the Norwood Food Pantry. And then run and organize the senior lunches. And beyond that, Fresh Foundation operates as a wholesale agency for local foods. So basically acting as a middleman between local producers and outlets. And the organization started as a retail operation and then got 501c3 and it has evolved to be a nonprofit organization. But a lot of the food that is kind of distributed through the community is subsidized through grants and different subsidies, so that they're able to provide local food to various organizations, including the food bank and the senior lunches, but as well as the school backpack program, and then the Mountain Village. Mountain Village has participated for several years now to provide CSA shares to around 90 low-income families in Mountain Village. So that food for the
Local.
Yeah, the Fresh Foundation provides the food for those CSA shares.
Great.
And then also hosts farmers markets throughout the summer. in the Mountain Village, they have a booth at the Mountain Village, and then at Norwood, they host an entire farmers market on Thursdays, as well as providing a CSA, just regular retail CSA.
It's amazing. And you're on
And
that
I
board.
think I'm probably missing a few things.
That's amazing.
But doing a lot of, also, they maintain a plot in the Norwood Community Garden, then all of the food produced from that plot goes to the food pantry.
As well. That's
Yeah.
great. You're on that board, aren't you?
I still am. yes.
Yeah.
I couldn't quit it.
No. It's amazing
Doing
group.
such good work.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, but it's exciting, and I
Mhm.
think there's going to be a lot of positive ripple effect from having that position, and taking a lot of that work off of the hardworking volunteers for that organization. They can have more bandwidth to do more good work.
It's amazing what's been done just by volunteers.
Yeah, it truly is. I attended the Intergovernmental Working Group meeting, which was hosted by the town of Norwood, co-hosted by the town of Norwood and town of Ophir. It was located in Norwood at the Sheriff's Annex. The meeting started with the town of Norwood giving updates that both congressionally directed spending requests for the Norwood Water Commission and the Norwood Sanitation District are top priorities for Congressman Hurd and Senators Hickenlooper and Bennett. So the town's really hopeful that that funding will come into play and really help with a lot of these crucial infrastructure projects that need to be completed. It was also the IG working group was shared that it will be subdivided into 3 action item subcommittees headed up by the town of Telluride, town of Mountain Village, and San Miguel County, respectively. And each jurisdiction will focus on a specific action item and then incrementally report back to the greater working group on progress and developments. More details on the mechanics of this rollout will be presented at the next intergovernmental meeting. I think a couple of you in the room know actually more about this than I do because you're really hands-on with the group, but that was good information, and I think it will hopefully result in some good action with these items that have been identified to be incredibly important. The 3 subcommittee groups, I should say, are regional housing, community infrastructure, and emergency response. And then Jared gave a wonderful presentation on the current status of the reports and the housing needs assessment report and the plan to roll this out to the public and begin to implement it. There will be a housing needs assessment special meeting scheduled soon for all intergovernmental representatives to deep dive into the report. So we should all keep our eyes out for meeting time requests to get that on the calendars soon.
And that meeting will be open to the public. Correct?
Yeah.
That'll be a public meeting. It's-
Public meeting, great.
It is a requirement of the new housing needs assessment rules that the state promulgated last year that the final report be presented in a public meeting.
Great.
Thanks, Jared. I will bring up some of the concerns that were expressed by the group. One was that the focus on climate resiliency will be diluted by designating the 3 action items, which are focusing on regional housing, emergency preparedness, and community infrastructure. But the point was brought forth that all of those items are actually either directly or indirectly related to climate resiliency, and so it will be kind of baked into all of the subject matters. And then another concern was brought forth that the original RFP for the assessment that it is met. There was a concern that it might not be met, and it could be dominated by requirements set forth by SB 24-174. I guess I don't know.
Did you want to respond to that, Jared?
Responding to that, I did go back and look at the RFP. I looked at the contract with EPS, and they did not actually spell out that they would do a housing needs assessment for us that complies with House Bill 24-174. But they said, look, you guys are flying the plane while we're building it. And it would be a darn shame if you had to do another housing needs assessment a year later, because those have to be done by the end of 2026 for all local governments. So we did amend the scope to make sure that it was compliant. I understand that there may be concerns that we didn't meet the full scope. I don't know exactly where those concerns, what particular issue those concerns lie. I think I was going to talk with Zoe and see if I could tease out, because it was particularly a representative from Telluride who addressed that concern or spelled that out. And see if we can, shore that up a little bit. EPS is still committed. They are telling us, hey, we've spent all the nickels and we're willing to do some more, but you're going to have to come up with a few more nickels too. So that's kind of our balancing point, is they're willing to continue working with us. They like us as a client, and they probably would do it at a pretty good rate. It's just a matter of what exactly do we want to get to? And that's what I'll be working with Zoe and potentially Michelle and Drew to try and identify.
Thank you. And I recall, I haven't reviewed it yet, but you did distribute a copy of the report. Is that the final report?
That is the final report.
Okay, and then that'll be turned into a presentation for the IG meeting.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. I have not dived in yet. It's my
As we
weekend.
mentioned,
Me
it's like
too.
140 pages. It's
Yeah.
pretty thick. It's just
Yeah.
like the previous one, with a lot of really good data. And, I'm working with our other partners to try and, get that out, get it on a landing page, let everybody read it, and get the questions that'll come from the community inevitably about, I'm sure we missed something, and we'll see what we can do to speak to it.
Thank you.
Nice. Well,
Anything else from the IG?
no, those were, I felt like the
Big tops.
big topics,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, and I helped facilitate a conversation on public lands and natural resources for the West End Vision Project this week. Just continue to get more feedback across those communities, and that project is coming closer to being complete. I think by September it'll be done.
That's
So
exciting.
There's been more and more engagement, and lots of just really good conversations.
Great. When there is I have been receiving emails from that team, because I started off help supporting that before you were commissioner. But if you could just make sure we know this group here of any final presentation, I would really love to attend that and hear more.
Yeah, and perhaps that there can be a presentation given to the BOCC here. I
Oh.
think that would be worthwhile if they have the time.
If they have the time, sure. Or we can attend online or attend something existing, but I would definitely like to see how that all wraps up.
Yeah.
It's exciting. Yeah.
All
Alrighty.
To report.
All right. That's pretty good for being home just a few days. Okay, we are ready to move on to item 13A, which is consideration of a memorandum of understanding with Town of Mountain Village and Town of Telluride Sewer Authority. This is a potential executive session. I don't know that that's actually necessary. So if we do decide we need an executive session, we would move into that under citation, well, obviously CRS 24-6-402, citation 4B, conference with an attorney, or 4E to determine negotiating strategies. I will attempt to kind of bring the public up to speed on this, because I think this topic has only been discussed a couple times tangentially in public meetings with the two towns, as they presented to us information about their plans for the wastewater treatment plant. The first conversation happened in March, I believe, March 16th. And that was where they shared with us plans to potentially relocate or build a new regional wastewater treatment plant on property that they anticipate acquiring from the Alexander family just upriver from the Deep Creek shop, the CDOT and San Miguel County Road and Bridge shops. And in order, so as that has been progressing, the county has been involved in developing an MOU with the town of Mountain Village as well as the Alexander family to adjust some rights of ways that we have through what is being called the Alexander remainder parcel, the part that the Alexanders will retain. During the course of that conversation on March 16th, we learned, or I learned, I guess, that the two towns had moved fairly far along in terms of deciding to set up a sewer authority, which of course makes sense, and that they had been in discussions on that in terms of setting that up for the two towns, with the two towns. At the same time, we learned that it is anticipated that a good 30% of the material or effluent or all that treated at the regional wastewater treatment plant, as much of 30% of that could come from unincorporated San Miguel County. And at that time, the county kind of raised our hand and said, hey, we'd like to hear a little bit more about the formation of the sewer authority and to potentially be involved with that. During that, or subsequent to that, there were meetings among various elected officials as well as staff, just not public meetings and not obviously meetings that required open meetings law or complying with open meetings laws, but conversations. And it became clear that the county would not be party to the sewer authority because we are unable to come up with the tens of millions of dollars of capital investment likely coming from the two towns. Nevertheless, we continued to voice the interests of unincorporated users, both current and future, indicating that we would really like some reassurance of who would be served by the new regional wastewater treatment plant, what kind of rates we would be charged, people in unincorporated San Miguel County on the east end, and whether or not septage would be accepted, that being the what needs to be gotten rid of from package plants and septic tanks. The two towns, through lots of negotiations, and we have come to the point where we are agreeing on kind of a philosophy for those considerations, not so much boundaries as we had originally discussed, but instead sort of what the capacity of the new plant might be in terms of how it would be designed to treat to whom it would serve, that the rates would be set by a rate study that would be reasonable, and that septage would be accepted from throughout San Miguel County. So there have been lots of versions of a memorandum of understanding among the three jurisdictions going back and forth. We have reached the point where all parties seem to be satisfied with the current version. And the county is, if we agree today that we are indeed satisfied, I'm hopeful that we can sign this memorandum of understanding. And then subsequent to that, the two towns will also sign it. So I think I feel good about where we are. I feel like the county pressed really hard to make sure that users on the east end and unincorporated county would be treated fairly going forward with this new regional wastewater treatment plant. And I would really like to thank all the elected officials as well as the staff from the two towns and our team as well, who worked so hard to reach this mutually satisfying agreement. That's kind of the background I have to share in terms of where we are today. Would anyone like to add or adjust what I've said? Add to or adjust what I've said? No?
Pretty good summary. Yeah, as you noted, we went back and forth quite a few times with the two towns on the specific language. And while this may not include some of the very specific details that the county had initially proposed, I think it clearly articulates a shared intent of the parties to carry forward these kind of high-level principles about how those unincorporated users are going to be considered and taken into account in the setup of the sewer authority and the eventual operation of the regional treatment plant.
Exactly. Jared, would you like to add to that?
I may also at least mention it does give us a seat at the table, although advisory in nature, to the authority, which, again, we would have potentially liked a voting membership, and we know that came with a number of strings attached and really a financial cost that we could not bear. But it is good to have that seat, to have the voice of those unincorporated residents at all of those meetings as we move ahead. And I just want to kind of reiterate my appreciation for this team here, because we did a lot of work, and I give them the credit for that because I didn't do much. And the teams at both of the towns, because we didn't let kind of some difficult process kind of injure our relationships too much. We worked through some of those things, and we're really looking forward to working together moving ahead. So
That's right.
Yeah, I'll just echo the accolades for just an appreciation for the work that you all did, and just the, reaching out and seeing this through and building relationships, because this, I feel, is just going to build on future, possibilities for working together intergovernmentally and addressing the needs of the region. And I think it was
Thank you, and right
feeling
back
good
at
about where
you.
we're at.
The commissioners assisted in this process much more than would typically happen for this type of process and document. The other thing, I had it and I lost it, that I wanted to touch on was about, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have
It's
to come
okay.
back.
It'll come.
It'll come back.
come
We can
in
come
10
back to you.
10 seconds.
I also think, just since, if there's public listening and, curious about this process, I think it's important to mention that, the financial constraints of potentially getting a seat on the sewer authority were a factor. And another, factor playing into that is thinking about the entire county that we need to look after, and needs of the entire county and potential future wastewater projects. So that was taken into consideration. I think it's worth mentioning.
Absolutely. Yes.
It was just about the fact that some portions of this MOU do have legal enforceability. And so I think that was something that had been misunderstood early on. And some parts, as Jared spoke about, are aspirational and or concept, philosophical, but there are some pieces of this agreement that are contractually binding. And we know that they'll be moving forward in creating the sewer authority by their own IGA. And we've received commitments that they'll be sharing those documents with us in advance of their creation.
So that we can, keep an eye on those as they.
Ensure compliance for the
as they
portions
unfold.
of the MOU.
Yeah, I think the pivotal line there is at the bottom of page 3, where it says, to the extent feasible and reasonable, the intentions described herein, meaning in this MOU, will be incorporated into the authority formation documents. So that was a really important point that we wanted made. And just as a kind of quick overview, the terms include what the capacity of the plant will be, that septage will be included, that rates and fees will be reasonable. As Jared mentioned, that the county will hold an advisory non-voting seat on the sewer authority. In consideration for all of this, the county has agreed to move forward with the MOU that it has been drafted, and is final really among the town of Mountain Village, the county, and the Alexander family. Yeah, so that's kind of the gist of it. I do have one piece of this that I found a little bit confusing. If we look at page 3 under rates and fees, one of the very final points of discussion was regarding whether differential rates could be established for deed restricted home housing renters and or owners. During the course of all of this, we came to understand that I believe town of Telluride and maybe Mountain Village, I can't recall exactly, but some deed restricted properties were being charged a differentiated rate
Correct.
within the town boundaries, which absolutely makes sense. I mean, we are all concerned about the high cost of living for our local workforce. At the same time, in the unincorporated counties, those same rates were not being applied, or that same differential, I should say. And so we went back and forth on how best to kind of lay out the fact that we would like, and I think the towns as well, to consider that we would, in developing the rates, the sewer authority will give consideration to differential rates for different types of deed restricted housing, because there are different deed restrictions, and specifically to just pay attention to what it will cost low income, very low income, and fixed income customers to use or to be serviced by the new regional wastewater treatment plant. So I'm really grateful that we've included that consideration in here. I just feel that the way it's worded right now is confusing to me. There's some like duplicative language as well as some kind of run-on sentences. And I'll just read the part that I find a bit confusing. Differential rates may be established for deed restricted housing as well as areas under existing extraterritorial contracts assigned by the towns to the authority. That part makes perfect sense to me. So there might be differential rates for those who are under existing contracts and also for deed restricted housing. And then it goes on to say, including for deed restricted housing, which we already mentioned, so that's why I'm not sure why it's repeated. The authority shall endeavor to create a rate policy for different types of deed restricted properties across its service area. So I find that confusing, but I don't want to wordsmith this right now because I think we need to move on. And as I'm just making the point that my understanding from this language, which I find confusing, is that differential rates may be established for different classes of deed restricted housing. And that the intention, and this sentence is very clear, of the parties is that consideration will be given to differential rates or programs for classes of low income, very low income, and fixed income customers. So I think through our conversations, we understand that that is the agreement. I see you nodding at me, Maura.
That's
Okay, so that's the only thing that I had sort of hanging over me on this final read. Galena, was there anything that rose to the top for you? Or
No,
came
I
up?
mean, I could nitpick a couple of things, but at this point, I think that I think all the jurisdictions are at a place of being amicable to sign this, and I think that we have gotten ultimately what we want here and representing unincorporated residents. So I am fine with the document as written.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've reached a good spot.
Yeah.
I see a member of the public would like to comment on this MOU. Mr. Tooley, would you like to unmute yourself? And as a reminder, we are using a 4-minute limit today.
This process is flawed. You've signed away the rights of the unincorporated residents of San Miguel County to have representation on this enterprise fee district, which is the primary funding revenue question, not any contributions that the towns are making to this, and frankly, to their previous inability, I'll allege malfeasance in bringing this to conclusion. I think those practices are well in evidence in each of those bodies. And I'll note a couple of specific things. One, still waiting to see the minutes and who was attending, but the only person from the town of Telluride that I recall speaking at the May 14th meeting was the former Mountain Village employee, Zoe Donna. Further, the press release done by the CIO from Mountain Village kind of ignored that fact. And, you're talking about working together, and, it seems to be a manufactured, frankly, extortion that the county is choosing to consent to go along with. One of the implicit decisions that's being made with this is the preclusion of Down Valley sewer service. And in spite of what Paul Weiser said about evaluating alternatives, there's no evidence that that has occurred. That is an alternative to locate the waste plants below Highway 62, below Placerville. And that would also open up the Alexander site actually for additional housing closer to town. Don't know the costs on that, but it's precluding that, as is the delay on the master plan, the Down Valley master plan. And, during the East End master plan, we heard all this talk about people doing their share, and frankly, defamation against the people that protested against an inappropriate taking of their property. And we're making that decision de facto. Down Valley doesn't need to do its share. I would suggest the Planning Commission also has significant culpability. And why don't we put a homeless shelter in Lawson Hill and call that their share? And because of the indemnity piercing actions of these individuals with sexual maliciousness, how about we do that in Lee Taylor's house? And if he opposes that, we'll just call it being a NIMBY. Thank you.
Got a little off track there in my mind, but I'm glad to hear you're done. I'm sorry you're disappointed in this agreement. I will tell you that 17 elected officials and at least 9 very highly qualified staff members spent hours and hours on this. While it's true that we do not have a voting seat as unincorporated county on the sewer authority, we feel that our interests are well represented in this MOU and will be so in the sewer authority. Okay, I believe, unless staff has anything else to say, or Commissioner Gleason, that we are ready for a motion.
I was just going to add to the point that Mike added about the towns being willing to share with the county a draft, excuse me, of the sewer authority IGA before it's finalized. That will also be, my understanding is that will be developed through a series of public meetings. So there will be opportunities for both the county and the public to weigh in on that as it's being developed.
That's reassuring. Thank you, Maura. And again, I'll read that statement. To the extent feasible and reasonable, the intentions described herein will be incorporated into the authority formation documents. Is there anybody else online who would like to speak at this time? I don't have anybody in the room. Okay, I think we're good. The moment we have been waiting for. One of the moments we've been waiting for today.
Many moments. Well, I'll make a motion. I move to approve the memorandum of understanding with the town of Mountain Village and town of Telluride Sewer Authority. Is there more to
Maybe
that?
regarding the regional waste?
Thank you. Regarding the regional wastewater treatment plant. By and among San Miguel County, town of Mountain Village, and the town of Telluride.
I think that does it. I will second. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries. I will look forward to signing that document on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. Moving on now to 13B. This will be an executive session. This is conference with an attorney regarding Paradox bankruptcy case, according to citation 4B, which is conference with an attorney. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
I second that. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. We are moving into maybe breakout room 1. Okay. Hey, hello, San Miguel County. It is about 2:40 and we have just come out of executive session on item 13B, conference with attorney regarding the Paradox bankruptcy. During executive session, we discussed only that matter on the agenda and gave the county attorney direction on how to move forward. At this point, we are ready for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, how do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. This meeting is adjourned. Just as a reminder, we will reopen the meeting, I guess, or have another meeting. It's a different meeting. Okay, we will have a work session with residents in Placerville at the schoolhouse from 5 to 7 p.m. If anybody would like to attend, we look forward to seeing you there. You may also tune in on Zoom using the link that is provided at the top of this agenda and or the meeting ID and passcode. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Thanks, everybody.
You do.